and millions of folks end up picking a plan that costs thousands of dollars a year more than it has to. That's why I recommend you call Chapter, the only Ramsey-trusted Medicare advisors. Their licensed advisors compare every plan available in your area and then walk you through your options in plain English. If you're already in the best plan, they'll tell you. But if you're not, Chapter can help you find and enroll in something better. Ramsey fans have saved $1,100 a year on average. And the best part, Chapter's help is completely free. Just dial pound 250 and say Medicare. That's pound 250 and say Medicare.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It is 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. U.S. officials have told ABC News that it appears Iran has shot down at least one U.S. fighter jet over Iranian territory. The Iranians claim they've also downed a second jet today. That pilot has reportedly been rescued. ABC News contributor and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, Mick Mulroy, says the U.S. won't be able to completely obliterate Iran's capabilities to shoot down missiles and aircraft.
We're never going to completely destroy their air and missile defense system. So I think we have done substantial efforts to do that, but they're always going to be able to have something being shot at one of our aircraft. So we'll find out, because of the pilot that was recovered, what happened here.
One crew member has been rescued, and the search continues for at least one more aviator.
Anything could happen in March Madness.
The hype is on for the NCAA Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix. KTAR's Ballon Over Stoles is live at Town talking with the fans.
Yeah, Becky, a Q&A with Women Basketball Hall of Famers, a chance to shoot some hoops and win prizes, and a museum on the history of the Women's Final Four. These are just some of the festivities happening downtown as part of the championship blitz throughout this weekend. And James from Lake Havasu City is here supporting UConn. He says he's excited to see all this action.
The first time for me actually going out, experience the Final Four for the first time. I'm excited to see what other, venues and other activities are going to be really fun for me.
And this event is free to attend here at Phoenix Convention Center, but at 4 p.m. the attention will shift to the national semifinals game where South Carolina and UConn will face off. Live from Town, Ballon Over Stoles, KTAR News.
It's an Arizona story. Tommy Lloyd and the Arizona Wildcats are headed to the Final Four.
The semifinal matchup between the University of Arizona and Michigan may as well be the championship game, according to Arizona sports host Vince Marotta of the Bickley and Marotta Show. He tells Arizona's Morning News they're the two strongest teams, but he gives a slight edge to U of A.
Arizona has had advantages over basically every team they've had personnel-wise and scheme-wise. Michigan has had that same similarity. They have a lot of size. Might come down to guard play, and I think Arizona's got the better guards.
Tip-off scheduled about 10 minutes before 6 o'clock tomorrow night on TBS and TNT. The crew of the Artemis II is preparing for their journey around the moon. It's the first moon mission in more than 50 years, and the 4 crew on board will document their vantage point on the far side of the moon. Aaron Rosengren is a professor of space systems at UC San Diego and tells ABC News about what the crew is seeing and will see.
They left their parking orbit, and they're en route, so they'll get there in about 4 days, and hopefully they'll have a very beautiful Earthrise, the first one seen in 54 years from the moon's vantage.
A 5-year-old girl was taken to a hospital for treatment after falling and hitting her head during a hike this morning. The Phoenix Fire Department tells us the girl was safely removed from the 40th Street trailhead near Shea Boulevard after being checked out by firefighters. At last check, she was listed as stable. And it is expected to be Chamber of Commerce weather this Easter weekend. Meteorologist Gabriel Lujero says highs on Saturday and Sunday will be in the low to mid-90s, and they'll stay that way into next week.
Temperatures are actually going to remain steady state in the low to mid 90s. We're not expecting any triple digits.
Lujero says as we approach next weekend, highs are expected to drop into the 80s. If you're planning on an Easter egg hunt for the little ones, be sure you keep your pets in a safe place. Joe Casados with the Arizona Humane Society says chocolate and pets don't mix.
First, just know that chocolate is like poison to pets. Dogs and cats both can't digest chocolate, so it's very poisonous to them.
Casados adds if you're going to have chocolate around the house, keep your pets away from it. And if your pet does get ill, get them to the vet right away. Casados says the Humane Society Urgent Care Center will be open on Easter Sunday. Checking traffic now on this Good Friday. In the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, we have an earlier crash at 16th Street and Buckeye in Phoenix, but that's the only real trouble right now. Valley Road's looking pretty good at the moment. And weather-wise, as you heard, we've got a nice weekend in store. 89 for today, overnight's low 64, mostly sunny Saturday, and a high right there around 92 degrees. Currently, it's 86 in Maricopa. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at SeeHomesFirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour #1.
Oh, a lot of people call hour #1 the best of the hour.
We start with breaking news. We've got 2 U.S. military aircraft shot down in separate incidents today while conducting combat operations against Iran.
Mm-hmm.
It is a scary day. I think what we've got here is a U.S. soldier on the ground after a crash in Iran.
Condition unknown.
Trying to survive.
Yeah.
Trying to survive on the ground.
What is that like? Joining us right now in studio is Major General Mick McGuire, retired Air Force. General McGuire, we've heard the term SEER training, when a pilot goes down over enemy territory. Can you walk us through what in God's green earth that's like?
Yeah, SEER training is a survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. Yeah, that's what that 4-letter acronym stands for.
Okay.
It's required training for all aircrew members in the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, and the Marine Corps. Right now, as you said, I'm thankful that they were able to rescue one of the 2 crew members. We know he was able to eject successfully, and they conducted a search and rescue operation. The second crew member, I don't want to speculate about his condition, but assuming he ejected and landed on the ground uninjured, he's right now in that survival/evasion phase. Hopefully has not been captured.
Okay, what do you do? What's the #1 thing? He ejects from the plane.
By the way, could be a she.
Ejects from the plane and is on the ground.
On the ground.
And the first thing you do is what?
Go find a good place to hide.
Find a place to hide.
Yes, quickly.
Okay.
And then each survival kit has a little bit of food, water. The main thing we've got is water, and the adage we used to train to was conserve your sweat, not your water. So he'll drink all that water, or she will drink all that water in the first 24 hours and then try to hole up and hide out. Got a survival radio. We have encrypted beacons that we can pick up with satellites, and assuming we get a signal, we'll try to organize a search and rescue to go pick them up.
Does the airman have to trigger that beacon, or is it an automatic thing?
It's automatic. When you eject from the aircraft, it sends out an unencrypted signal, and then when you get on the ground, we shut that down because the bad guys can get that.
So you would think, though, and I'm just trying to understand it. We have a good idea of the general area. If this pilot, or could be the Wizzo, could be the weapons officer, ejected, we have a general area of where we're looking.
Well, and certainly we've picked up one of the pilots. So, there's certainly, it's a sequenced ejection in a 2-seat aircraft.
Yep.
So they're not exactly in the same location, but they're not hundreds of miles apart. They're within a 3-4 mile radius of where they picked them up.
So the pilot on crashing and surviving, hopefully, would hide, eat, drink, try and take care of his or her injuries and hope that, the beacon goes off and they come and pick that person up.
Right.
Okay. What if that doesn't happen? What is day 2 like? And how long can you survive down there? Because this is someone who is on the ground in Iran, in enemy territory, and isn't going to get any help by them.
There are a whole lot of stories from the Vietnam era of folks surviving and invading a long time. Difference in Vietnam, a lot of cover, a lot of water.
Good point.
The big issue is obviously water. There's no limit to how long somebody could stay out there.
All right.
The battery life of the radio is, nominally 3 days, kind of like your cell phone, but you can turn it on and off and those types of things. All things we train the pilots. Every pilot in the Air Force or in all the services is doing annual survival training, every one of them. So they're fully aware of what's in the kit, what's available. I saw something this morning on one of the news broadcasts about, are they armed? Absolutely. They have a single a 9mm. But I mean, you're not going to fend off the 9 million that we've talked about in the past that are sympathetic to the regime.
A battalion shows up.
Yeah. So your objective is to not be caught. Obviously, there's huge political value. If you think about the broader political implications, I think I looked this morning, it's over a dozen, maybe up to 16 now lost drone systems, Predators and Reapers in theater, but not one of them as a pilot. And there's no one that flies to Dover to talk to R2-D2's next.
Right, when we lose a drone.
But you have one single pilot that appears on, propaganda TV, you got problems.
We're talking to Major General Mick McGuire, retired U.S. Air Force, talking about a U.S. fighter jet shot down over Iran. We had 2 jets get shot down. Is there ever a time where we don't go after a soldier after being shot down? Is there ever something that's too dangerous where we don't do it?
We would not launch into a situation that's suicidal. As we have talked in the past, when we declared that we had air superiority over Iran at 105 hours into this campaign, that also was an indicator for those of us that know what they're talking about, that search and rescue operations would be authorized. So there is some speculation that the A-10 that was hit this afternoon was part of a search and rescue for this pilot. That's not uncommon because very high-risk mission. Right now you have a single target. Everybody's going to the same location.
What?
Including the enemy.
Yeah, exactly.
The enemy
everybody.
Looking
everybody
in the same area.
I'm so worried about this. What happens if Iran captures our soldier? What do they do? What would they do?
They will use him as a propaganda. He'll be on TV around the world talking about how the Iranians have struck back at the mighty Americans and they need to surrender immediately and give up the fight. It is always that way. It's been that way. It was that way in the first Gulf War when I was over there. The first guys that were captured, I told you I was on the mission where the first 2 guys became prisoners of war. You remember
Black Hawk Down?
Yeah, Black Hawk Down, and you remember obviously all the way back to the Jane Fonda incident in Vietnam. So
Senator McCain was used for propaganda.
Senator McCain was a prisoner of war. So yeah, we do. That's part of the survival, evasion, resistance is that phase where if you're captured, then you'll
name, rank, and serial number.
That's right. Name,
That's
rank,
all you
and
say.
Serial number. That's all you say.
And if they give you something to read, you don't read it. Unless they are.
Yeah, I mean, you try not to, but you might. If you see something on TV and he seems to be mispronouncing words or whatever, you should be paying close attention.
Yeah, or do the little hand signals or something.
If you go, man, this Air Force pilot really sucks at reading.
Yeah, there's a reason.
Under duress. Under duress. Well, again, the latest is an F-15E Strike Eagle with 2 airmen on board, a pilot and a weapons officer was shot down. One of them, we believe the pilot is who has been rescued. The weapons officer at this point, condition unknown, location unknown. And then a secondary report short time after, an A-10, a Warthog. I grew up in Tucson, Davis-Monthan, home of the A-10, was shot down, said by enemy fire. The pilot managed to get the plane over the Gulf before he punched out and was rescued, assumedly in the water.
Right, and Gatos asked about what you're trained to do. If you're hit before you eject, you always try to get as close to the friendly fire as you can.
Point towards the good guys.
Point towards the good guys. And if you can get out over the water, it's one of the reasons we want to control those sea lanes. then you're home free. We'll
General, what does this say, though? And again, this could be just be an extraordinarily bad day. We were told we had complete control over the skies.
Can I read the quote?
Please.
Quote, total air superiority over Iran, end quote. That's the president.
Yep. So
that's not true.
The initial report, well, that is true, but here's the important part of any kind of warfare.
Okay.
An individual soldier is, and many of them in an infantry battalion are given shoulder-mounted infrared missiles that they can use to defend even troops dismounted in the open. And if you're low enough and you're slow enough or low enough and close enough, depending on where you're at, there's really not much you can do because you're always throwing, dead dinosaurs out the back end of the engine, making a lot of heat. And those seeker heads are tracking heat. So we try to avoid that. But, each pilot takes on a level of risk. The lower you get to the ground, Gatos, the higher the threat level.
Because you have less time to react to something coming at you.
You could shoot them with a 30-06 if you're at 500 feet.
Right. So Iran used advanced passive infrared detection to shoot down the F-15.
What's that?
I don't know what that is.
A passive means that it's not being tracked by anything other than the seeker head on the front of the missile.
Heat-seeking
missile? It's looking at the heat coming off your aircraft.
So it doesn't emit a radar signal.
Doesn't emit anything.
Okay. It cannot be detected or jammed by any American electronic warfare system, correct?
True. Can only be deceived.
It's an invisible technology.
Is that considered more of a dumb weapon in that sense?
No, it's actually, when you watch these Top Gun movies and you see guys throwing infrared, like flares, road flares out the back, that's what those are for.
How level of concern for you, General, when something like this happens, and it happened today?
I'm always obviously concerned for all of my brothers and sisters in arms, but I'm very happy that they had a quick rescue of the first. Because it's a crewed aircraft, we know about where the second individual is at. I am a little concerned that there has been not much reporting about the condition of that individual. Ejecting from a high-performance aircraft is not a low-risk endeavor.
Is there a timetable where we usually find them within 48 hours?
Yeah, we want them
within
the first 3 days. We want them out. If it lasts more than 3 days looking for him, there's a less probability that either he is safe or rescuable. You don't go pick up a dead body if it's out there.
General, appreciate your time, your insight into this as we try to make sense of, and certainly wish the best for a missing crew member somewhere in Iran.
What a nightmare.
Unclear. Oh, absolutely.
What a nightmare.
2 aircraft shot down today. 2 of the 3 airmen have been rescued. 1 condition unknown, position unknown, but needless to say, a huge rescue operation underway over Iran. He is Major General Mick McGuire, retired Air Force, and we appreciate your insight, General.
Thanks for having me. Prayers to the families out there, and happy Easter to everyone.
All right.
Great weekend.
Hey, the next thing we're going to play for you just might keep you up at night. Stick around for this. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Officials say Iran shot down a U.S. fighter jet today, one of 2 crew members rescued, and a search underway for the other. The issue is raising some questions, as we hear now from ABC's Britt Clennett in Jerusalem.
We heard from the president on Wednesday night in his address, claiming that Americans have successfully wiped out their radar systems and American and Air Force capabilities, air defense capabilities. But, there are now questions as to whether that is true or to what extent that is true.
Meanwhile, Iran claiming they've shot down a second U.S. fighter jet. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We've got a beautiful Easter weekend in store for us. Today's high should be no more than about 89. We've been up to 87 so far. 64 overnight and 92 on Saturday. Right now we're at 85 degrees in Phoenix. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
This is Jim Sharp. The latest national jobs report was great. Triple the jobs expected. However, Arizona's latest jobs report wasn't as rosy. LaDonna Harvey and I will explain on Money Monday on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us in your car on 92.3 FM or watch the KTAR YouTube channel.
Hey, city shout out for Glendale. What up, Glendale and all the Glendalians? Thank you guys so much. Glendale, there's your shout out. We are continuing to monitor and we'll obviously share with you the latest news we get on the search for a missing airman somewhere over Iran after their F-15 Strike Eagle was shot down.
Yeah. So, I like this UFO alien.
You're big into it.
AP or whatever they call it now. And I've been the first to say, I really don't know what to think of it because I usually don't believe in aliens or all this other stuff. And
but you seem like you're kind of coming that direction.
I want to know what it is. There's obviously things in the sky that we can't really explain. And so I'm doom scrolling last night. It's always fun.
Doom scrolling.
Yeah, you doom scroll. And then I ran across a clip of a Republican representative of Congress.
Oh, okay.
And he was doing an interview with like Newsmax or something like that, one of these channels. And I watched him speak, and I'm like, holy crap, we've got to play that.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know if you know who this guy is. He's a representative of Congress, Tim Burchett.
Yeah.
Is it Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay. Is he a wacko?
Yeah.
Okay. Because
he has his moments.
All right. Well, listen, they're talking about, what's in the sky, aliens. Mm-hmm. He's on some military kind of, he gets briefed on some stuff.
Sure,
like
he's
this.
a secret man. Yeah.
So, tell me if this clip doesn't make you want to fill your shorts, okay? Listen to this. This is a sitting member of Congress talking about UFOs and aliens.
I've been briefed by just about every alphabet agency there is. I'll just tell you this, if they would release the things that I've seen, you'd be up at night thinking about this stuff.
Okay. Doesn't make me feel good. That's
why
scary.
Are you keeping it secret?
Maybe we should keep it secret.
We have a right to know.
Well, maybe we don't want to know. Here's some more.
Okay.
We just need to disclose it all. I'm sick of it. I'll just tell you this. I was briefed last week. It would have set the earth off. This country would have come unglued, I think, if they would have heard all that I heard.
Would have come unglued.
The earth would have been set on fire is basically what he said. The United States would have become unglued. And you try and process whatever that means.
Yeah.
And I don't think
what's in it for him to come out and say this either?
Well, I'm trying to process what it could be. And what good is it that he comes out and just scares people?
Right.
You know what it reminds me of? It's one of those people on social media that come out and give you the most vague Facebook post or something like that.
Yeah, the ones,
the vague post.
The vague posting, yeah.
I don't really.
I just don't know if I'm going to be able to make it through. Okay, nice knowing you.
And I don't want to tell you exactly what it is.
Yeah. He also said, I think there's a cover-up.
Well, I mean,
so this is a sitting, current, U.S. member of Congress, who is claiming that he has been briefed in top secret meetings with government agencies regarding UFOs, or what do we call them now? UAPs or whatever, and that there is a cover-up, and it would set the world on fire if the rest of us knew what he knows.
It was interesting. Bill Maher the other day said, if you don't believe in UFOs and aliens after what we've seen in the sky, you're the conspiracy theorist.
My whole thing has been, I don't have any proof of it. Don't get me wrong.
I'm surprised everything you've done in your life, you got hit by lightning, you've been in a plane crash.
I've never been abducted by aliens.
By an alien.
No, I'm here for it. Don't get me wrong.
No.
But I think it is man's hubris.
I know. You say that all the time.
To think that
We're
we are the only life form in a solar system with trillions of planets, billions of which are identical to Earth.
So you want to go a little deeper down the hole?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. You remember that guy, Matt Gaetz, former representative? He was a real MAGA guy, and he's the one that dated young girls.
He liked young girls,
Well, he didn't
too.
date young girls.
Right,
We know what he did with young girls.
Right.
Anyway, he says he has information about alleged alien-human programs where they're breeding. You know, he's talking about, how people disappear and you never see them again?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know where they are.
What?
They're breeding with aliens.
Okay. I tend to believe Congressman Burchett before I believe that.
I do, too.
That one sounds like no one's mentioned his name in a while, and he wants you to talk about
Very,
it.
very possible.
Okay.
It's very possible. But that's how far down the hole that I got.
Wow.
But Tim Burchett says, basically, if you knew what I knew, the world would be set on fire.
And
the United States would, what was it again?
Come apart at the seams. And we'd stay up at night.
It is kind of scary what they know.
And there's a cover-up going on.
By the way, I do want to say this.
Oh.
My hero is coming on the radio today at 4.
4 o'clock.
Becky Lynn, have you heard about this?
Oh, no. Who's your hero? Who?
Geraldo
Rivera will be joining us. U of
Really?
A alum
So we're going
as
to talk
the Wildcats.
Yeah, we're going to talk
in the
Final
Four.
We're going to talk Final Four because he went to the U of A. And
Fair down.
we'll talk Iran. We'll talk Trump. But, in my office, I got a picture of my wife, and then right next to it, picture of Geraldo.
You are consistent.
And I can't wait. 4 o'clock.
You should talk aliens with him, too, because I bet he's got something on there.
I got it on my list.
All
So
right.
you got that right.
Coming up next, will you have to tip your AI Uber driver? Is that a thing? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Conflict in Iran.
5 weeks into this war, President Trump has not laid out an exit strategy or a concrete plan to reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz, which sent oil prices spiking. The price for a gallon of gas here at home now tops $4 a gallon and could reach $4.45 in the next 2 weeks. Diesel could reach a record $6 a gallon.
How much longer will the fighting in the Middle East continue? We're covering the Iran situation on YouTube, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
There's a lot we don't fully understand about long COVID, like its impact on the brain, but you could help change that. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 30 and 89 for a research study. If you've had COVID-19 with or without cognitive symptoms, or you've been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease regardless of COVID infection history, you may qualify for this study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Before Arizona heat turns unbearable, get your AC ready with Ace Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Whether you need an AC tune-up, fast repair, or a new energy-efficient system, Ace helps keep your home cool, comfortable, and efficient all summer long. Beat the rush. Call Ace today at 602-536-4475 for free estimates and expert service. That's 602-536-4475. Or visit us online at acehomeaz.com. Acing Arizona's comfort needs since '94.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
But it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? There's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do you do?
You test it out. And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Folks, your home is probably the biggest investment you're ever going to make. And when you're putting money into improvements, you don't hire the cheapest guy. You hire the right one. That's why I trust Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. These are my kind of people. They show up, tell the truth, and do the job right the first time. If you're ready for a whole home remodel or to finally tackle that kitchen or bathroom you've been dreaming about, Trevec has you covered. Their designers listen, they communicate, and they treat your home like it matters, because it does. And yes, they handle roofing too. I love companies that operate with integrity, and Trevec is one of them. Find Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at Trevec.com. That's Travek.com. Ask about their complimentary remodeling seminars. Trevec, together, building dreams for 25 years.
The next remodeling seminar will be Tuesday, April 21st.
Don't miss out on some of the biggest matchups of the 2026 season when the Blue Jays, Mets, and Dodgers visit Chase Field. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Officials say a U.S. fighter jet was shot down in Iran today. One of two crew members rescued. A search underway for the second. A top Iranian official trolling the U.S. on X, as we hear from ABC's Britt Clennett in Jerusalem.
Iran's parliamentary speaker taunting the U.S., saying that after defeating Iran 37 times in a row, this brilliant no-strategy war that started has now been downgraded from regime change to, hey, can anyone find our pilots, please? Wow, what incredible progress, absolute geniuses. So certainly, this is playing into Iran's hand.
Arizona votes.
Arizona joined a coalition of 23 states suing President Trump, challenging his attempt to create a national list of eligible U.S. voters. KTAR's Heidi Hamel is live in the News Center with the details.
The order also prevents the U.S. Post Office from sending vote-by-mail ballots to anyone not on the list. Arizona Attorney General Chris May says 80% of Arizonans vote by mail, adding, so does President Trump. Meantime, U.S. Reps Stanton, Ansari, and Grijalva have also sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for the order to not be enforced. They cite a Heritage Foundation study that found 23 cases of non-citizens voting in federal elections out of more than 1.2 billion ballots cast over the last 2 decades. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hamel, KTAR News.
An Arizona Diamondbacks homestand and the women's Final Four means major traffic downtown and some delays at Sky Harbor.
Games and events will bring heavy traffic and road closures starting today. There are no basketball games Saturday, but there's a D-backs game at 4:15 and a concert at Chase Field afterward. Sunday, the NCAA championship game starts at 12:30, the Diamondbacks at 1:10. And airport officials say expect long lines at security and delays at rental car counters this weekend. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
Light rail may be the best recommendation for you if you're trying to get downtown this weekend. Let's check the roads right now, though, with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202, Santan Freeway, eastbound near Alma School Road. A look into our surface streets, Peoria with a crash on 103rd Avenue and Northern Avenue, and Phoenix with a crash on 16th Street and Buckeye Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's going to be a great Easter weekend. Today, 89 for our high temperature, clear and 64 overnight, 92 Saturday, and about 95 on Sunday. Right now, we're looking at 87 degrees in Chandler. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
From all of us here at the Mike Broomhead Show, hope you have a great Easter weekend. We're back on Monday morning with all the big topics of the economy and, of course, what's going on in the Middle East. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Before we jump into this, Gatos, yesterday, pretty special day around the radio station. A member of the Outspoken team got the recognition, the award, the achievement she so richly deserves. Our very own Becky Lynn was officially inducted into the Arizona Broadcasters Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you don't have to clap for
How was the luncheon?
Quite a day. It was nice. It was.
How was your speech?
It was good.
What'd you eat?
It was good.
It was good.
Who was there? I have so many questions.
Oh my gosh, I can't answer them all. I have
How was
about
your
30
speech?
seconds. It was good. I just told you it was a good speech.
Did you write it? Did you go up there and wing it?
No, I wrote it, but I didn't have to carry notes.
Did you mention us?
You all were in the video. You
So you did
mentioned
not mention
yourselves.
us.
I don't think we got mentioned.
I don't think we got
I
mentioned.
didn't.
That's what I take from
honestly, I mentioned my KTAR family. I mentioned, the fact
Just
that
vaguely, not
Just
like
in
independently.
see my hands moving.
I see how you are.
Yeah.
No, that's okay.
I think we should have gotten like a specific mention.
Well,
but keep going. It's
Okay, my family was there.
Okay.
I had some extra friends that came and sat at the table. Saw some people from KTAR from past days.
Jim Cross
was there.
Also a Hall of Famer, by the way, I've heard.
Right. Bob McClay was there.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah,
Did you get
Taylor
some
Kennard.
hardware?
Yes, but you know what? Okay, this is funny. Please don't tell anybody I'm throwing them under the bus here, but I got to tell you.
This is going to be good.
So here's the trophy, right?
Yeah,
And
you got the trophy.
It's got a little plaque on it. It's got the year. They got the year wrong.
Oh, for crying out loud, and it doesn't count.
We all had to turn them back
Oh,
in.
my-
They have to
What?
change the year.
They spell
The
your name
plaque.
right?
Yes, they did
That's
do
a good
that.
start.
But I just thought that was kind of funny. It was like, somebody didn't proofread.
Well, good for you.
So-
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It was
And,
nice. It was very,
that's
very nice.
Well deserved.
That is awesome. They have
And,
booze there or anything, or no?
No.
Just like the chicken. Yeah, do you have
It
the
was
chicken.
chicken.
meal?
It was
Okay.
chicken.
Okay.
Lovely lemon tart for dessert.
Oh,
yeah.
good.
Pat McMahon was there.
Really?
Of course he was.
EMAC, of course he
That
was.
guy doesn't turn a free lunch down.
Hey!
It was nice, but I missed you guys.
Yeah, we missed you
Appreciate
too. This dumb show we had to do yesterday.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why I wasn't here,
We'll be there for the next hall. Your next hall.
Yeah,
Your
there-
next one. When they put you in a second time.
Well, when you get in, I'm not going to be there for you either.
Well,
so there
that'll
you
teach
go.
us. That'll learn us.
That'll teach ya.
Yeah. Well, congratulations
Thank
again
you.
to Becky Lynn.
Thank you, and thanks for the video. I appreciate it.
No, a tremendous acknowledgement of a career that continues.
Hell of a career.
Continues.
Yeah.
Yes.
Keep us in line, all right?
All right, I'll try. Hard to do.
we are all used to kind of seeing the Waymo driverless taxis, right? I guess that's the technical term. But the CEO of Uber was talking recently, and he said, a lot of our Uber drivers use Teslas. He says tens of thousands of Teslas are part of the Uber
universe.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have you gotten in a Tesla?
It's like some of the only times in my life I've been in a Tesla has been Ubers.
Yeah, I Uber not all the time, but when we go from city to city or something like that, a lot of times it is a Tesla. It's kind of interesting.
And he said, we know that a lot of our drivers are using Tesla's full self-driving feature, FSD, while transporting passengers. He said, we have the data. Like, we know when you're using the full service driving.
And is there really an issue with that? I don't think there's an issue.
There isn't necessarily an issue because I thought it was interesting. He said, yeah, we're okay with it.
Yeah.
Doesn't bother us.
That's great technology.
You want to use the full service driving as an Uber driver? Be our guest. Do I still need to tip the driver if they were in self-driving mode? If the driver was just sitting in the front seat, didn't have his hands on the wheel, he's minding his own business. It's like with a Waymo. You don't have to tip the Waymo. There's nobody to tip. Well, if you're not driving the car, why am I tipping you? You're just sitting up there. You're a passenger like me.
I think while we're at war in Iran, I tip.
What does...
Yeah, because the gas prices.
You're
just
tipping
kidding.
because of... Well, it's an Uber. I mean, it's a Tesla.
It's a Tesla.
Oh.
It's a good question. I mean, it really is. It's a good question. If that person is up there, they have to stare straight ahead, though. They can't take their eyes off of the road because I don't think that works then. From what I understand, I've got a few friends who have this. You can't go to sleep.
So I have it on my new truck. I have like a semi self-driving feature. And
do you use it?
Yeah, but yes, it keeps you in the lane. It does it. All you do is you hit the turn signal, and it'll kind of automatically change lanes. But you do have to keep watching. There's like a camera looking back at you.
Correct.
And if you turn your head or you look down, it like starts beeping at me. And it's not happening.
I think you probably tip. I mean, it's the driver's car that they're using. They're working. They are punching in the buttons wherever they're going to pick you up. But
are they?
Yeah, but they're not. But their hands aren't on the wheel. But it's still their car and it's still their time. I would say a tip is involved. I would say a tip is involved.
I could do that job then if I just have to sit in the front seat.
Well, I don't think an Uber driver's job is very hard. Sorry.
And then
you're
let
driving.
the car drive me around.
Right. But an Uber driver, you probably have to put up with people who sometimes aren't very nice. But, you're driving from one place to another. It's not that hard of a deal.
Do you thank your driver?
Yeah.
I heard, I was looking at something. It said,
of course.
It's a lot of people don't thank them. Like, I thank them when they show, hey, thanks for picking me up. And then when I get out, thanks for the ride.
Why wouldn't you? Cordial.
That's usually the only thing I say to them, by the way.
Well, I think a lot of people get in and they don't want the
oh, I don't want to
how's
talk.
the weather?
No, I don't want to talk to them.
No.
I don't
so
have
what do you do for a living? And I'm like, I don't want to tell you.
I sell insurance. How are you doing?
Right.
Are you full up? You know?
You
Can I talk to you about term life?
You don't think people...
I think a lot of people don't think they're Uber driver.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
I don't know. It's common courtesy, I would think.
I think it's common courtesy, but I think I would still do a tip.
If you're an Uber driver and you're letting the self-driving feature drive your Uber, aren't you pretty much working yourself out of a job? Because Uber's watching this going,
right now.
Uber's going, I don't know, we're going to need the sack of meat in the front seat much longer.
You buy a fleet of cars. I mean, that's expensive too. The great thing about owning Uber is everybody uses their own cars.
You say that. There's a whole industry where you rent the car and then go drive Uber.
You rent the car and oh no, I didn't see that.
Yeah, there's a whole, and I know people that rent from like Hertz and Avis and then do Uber with it.
Okay, I don't think there's no issue with that.
I don't think there is. Well, I don't know.
I would still tip.
You'd still tip,
yeah,
even if the robot just drove you the whole way.
Yeah, I think so.
I see how you are.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm going to be the nice guy there. I'm going to tip. Coming up next, the big event of your life.
Ooh,
it's coming up.
All right.
And you absolutely oversleep, and you missed it. Wait until you hear this story coming up next.
You know what? As you get closer and closer to retirement, your, what do you want to call it, risk tolerance changes. You worry about being able to recover from another market correction, as they like to call them. What are you doing about it right now? Well, the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth are taking a look at clients' portfolios. They are constantly in communication.
They are looking at all of the factors going on, including volatility in the market, how close you are to retirement. And they are making decisions that are in line with your specific goals, not some blanket approach. Because people in their 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, listen, you should not have the exact same strategy. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth will sit down with you. They'll get you on a plan that matches your expectations. And maybe, even with the kind of volatility we're dealing with, help you sleep a little better at night. How do you get that done? You go to TrajanWealth.com. TrajanWealth.com. Reach out to them right now. Get your complimentary sit-down introductory meeting, all right? Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Amazing Arizonans, the podcast where Mike Broomhead talks with some of our incredible Arizona people, like chef and TV host Mark Tarbell, Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken, Pinal County Sheriff's Deputy Frank Slope, golfer Tom Lehman, former Arizona Governor Fife Symington. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper. Like and subscribe to it where you get your podcasts. Watch Amazing Arizonans on YouTube or go to KTAR.com and click on podcasts.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Here in Phoenix, our cars take a beating from the sun, sand, and the road. Dents, dings, and dust. SRC, Surface Refinishing Company, brings your vehicle back to life without you going anywhere. That's right. We offer paintless dent repair, professional vehicle washing to full detailing, done at your home or office. Grab your phone, take down this number, but call SRC at 800-652-4138. 800-652-4138 for free information. SRC restores, protects, and maintains your ride on your schedule at your location. No body shop, no waiting rooms, no downtime. Your car, your way, with top-notch service from daily drivers to high-performance vehicles. Plus, we serve the entire Phoenix Valley. Be one of the first 50 callers now and receive $25 off your first detail. For free information, call SRC today at 800-652-4138, where your car gets treated right. 800-652-4138. 800-652-4138.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. 2 U.S. military jets have gone down in the Middle East today. The U.S. confirming an F-15 was shot down by Iranian forces. The Iranians claiming an A-10 was also hit by their fire. Retired Air Force Major General Mick McGuire tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the Iranians will look to take advantage of this situation.
Huge political value. You know, if you think about the broader political implications, I think I looked this morning, it's over a dozen, maybe up to 16 now lost drone systems, Predators and Reapers in theater, but not one of them as a pilot. 2
of the 3 aviators in the crashed jets have been recovered now, but a search continues in Iran for the 3rd. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Our Easter weekend is looking beautiful. Today's high 89, tomorrow 92. It's 88 in Avondale. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at chomesfirst.com.
Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Joshua Baker, who's the president of Midwestern University, the largest medical university in the state of Arizona. There's an eye institute, a therapy institute. You even have a veterinary school now.
The veterinary school, our hospital on campus, is the largest animal hospital in North America. So right here in Glendale, we have some pretty remarkable things. But yeah, we have 15 colleges and 20 licensing degree programs.
As well as all of the specialty clinics that provide services to people in Arizona.
You know, it's remarkable the education we're offering to the students, but I think from a community standpoint, the type of care that they could get right in their backyard. You walk into our dental institute, and I say this all the time, it's like walking into NASA. Like, that does not look like a normal dental institute. You can get remarkable care. Our eye institute, there's like 4 places in the country that have the type of capabilities that we have at that place. We don't want to be a hidden gem anymore. We want the whole world to know what's happening right here in Glendale, Arizona.
You can find out more by going to mwuclinics.com. mwuclinics.com.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. Why 1 in 3 Americans don't feel confident about their finances as we head into the spring and what they see as a solution. It's tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
Coming up at the top of the hour. No, excuse me, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Gatos is a little bit excited.
Oh, my hero is coming on the radio.
Your hero is coming on.
I mean, I want to be just like this guy.
Geraldo Rivera will join us live as a famous U of A alum. We talk a little basketball with him, and we might get into some other subjects with him.
We asked him to come on, and his response, I was told, was absolutely bear down.
Yes!
That was the response that he sent us. So we'll talk basketball, we'll talk Trump, we'll talk Iran. He's just an interesting guy.
That he is. He is an interesting guy.
He is.
With an amazing life he's led.
Yes, for 5 decades he's been doing a lot of, I mean, from watching him do hurricane coverage.
Okay.
Which is, by the way, maybe the most entertaining thing I've ever seen in my life. You know, to his show in the 80s. I mean, he's done it all. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I also think that we can get some interesting stuff on his take on Iran and Trump. Because he knows them.
Imagine the biggest event of your life.
All right. Yesterday was Becky Lynn. She got inducted into the Hall of Fame. That was yesterday.
So let's use that as an example.
All right.
Let's imagine that Becky Lynn overslept. And missed the first hour.
Right. Yeah.
Missed when they called my name.
You're not there.
I'm not there.
You're sawing logs. Well,
sawing logs.
Not far from that.
Oh my gosh, I haven't heard that since I was about 1.
Yeah.
There's a baseball player.
Okay.
Carter Jensen. Kansas City Royals, right? Yeah. So they pulled him from the lineup because he overslept.
What, he didn't show up for the game?
He overslept. He was
like they put the card in, right? Manager has to present the lineup.
Yep, scratch.
They go back. Where's Carter? Carter
slept through his alarm. Arrived late to warm-ups before the game.
Ooh, and you're a professional baseball player,
right? You got and you got all day to really shit. This isn't a 9 a.m. game, by the way.
I was going to say, what time did he have to be there?
Yeah, they come strolling in the afternoon.
So Carter Jensen,
not a good feeling for sure. Just wake up in full panic, and just try to get out of the house, get here as soon as possible.
Okay, so in this day and age, it's almost impossible to oversleep because we all live. We all sleep most likely right next to our phone.
Yeah, or you have an Alexa.
You have an Alexa right next to your bed, and you can set both.
Yeah,
I mean, it's really not that hard. It's not like you're in a hotel and you ask for a wake-up call.
Remember that all the way back in the day? You would actually get.
I don't know.
I don't think you
remember that since I was 1.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
We used to have to do that.
Yeah.
Because you could never figure out how to make the alarm clock in the room work, nor did you trust it.
Yes, hide like a wake-up call.
Yes.
And someone in the hotel actually.
Yes,
that was
sir,
their
Mr.
job.
Gatos. What time would you like your wake-up call?
Okay, so my question is, have you ever overslept for something massive? Something huge? Something big?
Yeah.
Is it a good one?
I'm not happy sharing it.
Oh, good. Share it. Go.
I was up for a job. I had a job, but I was up for a bigger job.
All right.
And it was in Atlanta. And I had a job interview. I had done all the phone stuff and all this, and they flew me in for kind of like the final thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I flew late because I'd worked, and I flew late, and my flight was delayed. I'm not trying to make excuses.
No, it was the overnight?
It wasn't an overnight flight, but I got in pretty late, and then I got to the hotel late, and we were going to meet for breakfast at 9 a.m., which it was fine. But remember, 9 a.m. in Atlanta ain't 9 a.m. in Phoenix, and I'd been flying. And so I woke up. I set my alarm. I think I got a wake-up call. I set my alarm. I got up. I got dressed, I sat down on the bed, and I fell asleep.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
And I woke up and looked at my phone to like 11 missed phone calls.
Uh-oh.
How late were you to the
They
breakfast?
were sitting downstairs in the hotel waiting for me. I think I was 45 minutes late.
Oh, gosh.
I didn't get the job.
No, you didn't. All right, my question is this. Did you not get the job because of that, do you think?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, I think that's a turn-off immediately.
It was not a professional look.
Question, did you get breakfast at least?
We did have breakfast.
Oh, good. Well, at least there was that.
And I just said, I'll just take myself to the airport. I'll just go ahead and leave now.
Yeah, there's no coming back
Go
from
ahead
that.
and leave now. Yep.
No, there's not a good enough excuse.
No, not worth it. No, I screwed up, is what it is. Checking the headlines on the way. Hall of Famer Becky Lynn is going to get you up to speed on that. And up next, could the war in Iran make you stop buying from Amazon? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Advanced Window Products. I hired Advanced Window Products. They came to my house, and I've got brand new windows. Fantastic. It's a great company. They've been around for 40 years. They build your windows themselves right here in Arizona. You get the highest quality window. You get the best fit. You get better pricing. I'm expecting my energy bills to be much lower than they were last summer. These windows are durable. They are not builder-grade windows. That's not what Advanced Window Products do. They build you the best windows. They've been doing this for over 40 years. Their windows are engineered for Arizona's extreme temperatures, okay? And that's one of the reasons I wanted them. The other reason I wanted them, beauty. I mean, I can finally see through my windows. I had windows that there was like a blue hue on it, and I'm like, I don't know what that is, but I can't see through it. So call Advanced Window Products today. This is a great time to upgrade your windows. 480-746-4280. And now, let's hear from my buddy Joe from Advanced Window Products.
Thanks, Gatos. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Gatos special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. But you must call now, 480-746-4280. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now, 480-746-4280 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Is your closet overflowing? Your garage packed, but unusable. That's where Space Solutions comes in. We design custom closets, garages, and storage systems that turn wasted space into organized, functional living. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years in a row. Family-owned, Arizona-built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home design consultations. Spring appointments are filling fast, so book yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com. That's spacesolutionsaz.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we'd been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hello, Amy Batten here, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B, as heard every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. As interest rates continue to improve, more buyers are stepping back into the market and opportunities are moving fast. The difference between winning and missing out often comes down to your team. The right real estate team doesn't just open doors, they position you to win. Negotiation, preparation, and local expertise can save you thousands. Thinking about buying in Arizona? Work with a team that truly cares with proven results. Batten Home Group, powered by Waterstone Mortgage and West USA Realty, for all of your real estate and lending needs.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. A search continues in Iran for a missing U.S. aviator who was aboard an F-15 shot down by Iranian forces earlier today. Retired Air Force Major General Mick McGuire tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this aviator will become a propaganda tool if the Iranians find him first.
He'll be on TV around the world talking about how the Iranians have struck back at the mighty Americans and they need to surrender immediately and give up the fight.
A second aviator was recovered, as was another who was aboard an A-10 that went down over the Persian Gulf a short time later. Iran also claims to have shot that jet down. Oil prices are now at their highest since the Iran war began, spiking 11% yesterday to above $111 a barrel. Analysts say prices could keep increasing until the Strait of Hormuz reopens. Soaring diesel and jet fuel costs already getting passed down to consumers. Patrick DeHaan, the head of petroleum analysis for GasBuddy, says states in the U.S. heartland will start feeling this pain after the holiday weekend.
Come Monday, we could see a dozen states with gas prices going up 25 to 50 cents, all due to the jump in oil yesterday.
It's a lot of fun to be down here. The Final Four atmosphere is really special.
Downtown Phoenix is packed ahead of the NCAA's championship spree of games this weekend. Fans showing up for festivities in full force. And KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is there live at Tourneytown to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, there is plenty to do downtown this weekend ahead of the Women's Final Four. The action now is at Phoenix Convention Center for Tourneytown, a free event you can head to now, shoot some hoops, check out merchandise, and learn about the history of the Women's Final Four. And one woman from Seattle says she'll be attending her 4th Final Four championship this weekend, adding she loves seeing younger fans becoming a part of the basketball community.
I always felt like when I went to my first one, it was such a privilege, and to see these young fans now, I hope that they understand how cool it is that they get to do this experience.
And she also says Phoenix has been an excellent and warm host for the games. In about an hour, South Carolina will face UConn just a short distance away for the national semifinals. Live at Tourneytown, Ballenhofer Stoles, KTAR News.
I'm happy to announce I'm staying at Arizona.
Good news, Wildcats. Men's basketball coach Tommy Lloyd is staying at the University of Arizona, making that announcement today at a Final Four press conference, as there'd been interest in him for the University of North Carolina vacancy.
North Carolina is an amazing place. I mean, it's a one of one. And, it's an honor to even be considered for that job.
His new 5-year deal makes him one of the 5 highest paid college basketball coaches with an annual salary of more than $7 million. This does still need to be approved by the Arizona Board of Regents.
Arizona votes.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays and Secretary of State Adrian Fontes have sued the Trump administration over the president's recent executive order concerning elections. The president has directed the Department of Homeland Security to compile lists of eligible voters in each state and directed the U.S. Postal Service to send absentee mail-in ballots only to those who are on the list. In their suits, Mays and Fontes say the Constitution is clear. States run elections, and Arizona will not allow the federal government to seize control of our elections. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's April 3rd, and back on this day in 1973, the first public mobile telephone call was made on a Manhattan sidewalk. Martin Cooper, then an engineer at Motorola, stood on a sidewalk on 6th Avenue in Manhattan with a device the size of a brick and made the first public call from a cell phone. You may be thinking, who on earth would he be calling? Well, Martin made that call to one of the men he was competing with to develop the device. Cooper said on the phone to Joel Engel, head of AT&T-owned Bell Labs at the time,
"I'm calling you on a cell phone, but a real cell phone, a personal handheld portable cell phone."
Now, it's rumored his rival wasn't quite as excited to get the call as Cooper was to call him. Cooper's bulky device has evolved and been replaced by a wide range of thinner, faster phones that are now reshaping industries and the way we communicate. While cell phones would not be available to the average consumer for another decade, anyone walking by Cooper at that moment on the street that day saw history being made. And it all happened back on this day in 1973.
Let's get a look at the roads this afternoon in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash at the on-ramp I-17 southbound at Bell Road. Phoenix with a crash on 7th Avenue and Southern Avenue. And Avondale with a crash on Buckeye Road and Dysart Road. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Make sure your AC can keep up. Get a $69 tune-up. Offer ends April 30th at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies and 64 for the overnight low temperature. Then tomorrow, mostly sunny and 92, mostly sunny and 95 degrees on Easter Sunday. It's 88 in Scottsdale. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Second hour of the show.
Woo! A lot of people call the second hour best of the hours.
Coming up in 1 hour. Maybe the greatest moment of my radio career.
Set your alarm clocks.
My hero is going to join us on the air at 4. Geraldo Rivera.
Bear down.
Bear down.
Famous U of A alum.
So we decided, we were talking during a break earlier this week, who's the most famous U of A alum? And we both said Geraldo Rivera. So we asked our producer, Julia, go and find him.
Yeah.
And so she found him. And his response back to us, we asked him, join us. Let's talk some hoops. Let's
Right.
the Wildcats are in the Final Four.
Let's do this.
And his response to us was, yes, bear down.
I love it.
And Geraldo will join us at 4.
Geraldo.
I think he's one of the most entertaining people on television.
That is very yeah, I think it's solid. He is entertaining.
So I can't wait to talk to him about U of A. And also, let's go into Iran.
Sure.
He knows the president well.
I'm sure he has opinions.
Well, of course. I think it's going to be really interesting. I think it's going to be fun, too.
Coming up at 4.
Yeah. I get to ask all the questions, though.
Oh, okay. I'll just sit here, watch the world go by.
I am excited. You know I'm excited.
You're extremely
I'm
excited. That
This
is an
good.
understatement. So, Gatos, other than your excitement about Geraldo, I'm a little bit worried because as we were just sitting here, I looked at my Ring doorbell and the Amazon truck was dropping something off.
Oh, it's like Christmas every day.
It's multiple times a day, it feels like for me. But I might have to cut back on my Amazon shopping because Amazon is going to raise prices, a special surcharge because of the war?
War tax.
A war tax.
Yeah. Amazon's going to add 3.5% surcharge at different points of when they bring things to your home.
Fuel and logistics surcharge.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anybody else see this coming?
Yes.
Yeah, I did. It's amazing the people in charge don't. They don't care.
They don't care. No, they don't care.
I know, but I don't think they saw this coming.
Really?
No.
I mean, I know they're stupid, but I mean, it's hard to believe they're that stupid.
At this point, I don't know what to believe.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, it seems like, and tell me if I'm wrong, everything in our life has become more expensive because of the war in Iran. If you look at gas, if you look at gas prices,
Obviously.
we're paying $5 a gallon for regular unleaded in Phoenix.
Yeah.
Okay. If you need diesel gas, good luck.
It's over 6. It's
over 6.
It's over 6.
If you Amazon might be the greatest invention since the wheel.
It's pretty amazing.
I mean, if you need something, instead of going to 5 different stores and driving, it's one click of a button.
And it might get there quicker than you could get to the store and back.
It's unbelievable.
It's amazing.
How great it is. And now we're going to have to pay more for it. So we've kind of put together a list of things that we're paying more for because of this war.
Yeah.
And so Amazon's going to add the 3.5% surcharge. That's going to start mid-April.
Yeah.
Get your Amazon packages in early.
Yeah. Can I go pick them up?
It's going to cost. Well, no.
No, I don't want to drive,
No,
right?
you don't want to drive.
That's even worse. What was I thinking?
Like the big things like, okay, when the war started, the Dow was at 49,000. Now it's not. It's at 45.5. Gold prices have plunged 13% since the war in Iran. Goldman Sachs says Trump's war in Iran costing the U.S. economy 10,000 jobs a month, although the jobs report was good today.
Food prices, grocery prices have been a challenge for a while now. Fair?
Absolutely.
It's going to get worse.
Right. It'll raise your grocery bill.
Well, here's why.
Yeah.
Increase in fuel means farmers, they use diesel and gasoline to plant and harvest crops, also to transport, right?
Yep.
Railroads carry food across the country. Fertilizer. What is it? Is it potash is one of the big things? It's being choked off by the closure of the strait. It's all on the inside is where a lot of the fertilizer comes from. Even plastic, petrochemical. Most food packaging contains some form of plastic. All of those are going up, and you will see that when you go to the grocery store. Those things will be passed along to you as the food company's not going to eat the difference.
Boy, aren't you tired of things being passed along to you? How about tariffs that cost you $1,000 in cash last year?
Illegal tariffs, by the way, according to the Supreme Court.
Did we get our money back?
I
No,
have
we
it.
did not.
I'm looking who to sue. Believe me.
It's just one thing after another, and then the president takes center stage on, was it Wednesday, and says nothing about the rising costs and if he's working on it or if he's sorry. And it just seems like...
No, he said he thought they'd go up more. Remember? He said, I thought price of gas would go up bigger. I thought the stock market would go down more. It's not bad. It only hurts you guys. Doesn't hurt me.
Yeah. So when you look at, all the prices, your gas, it was like, what was the statistic yesterday? How many billions of dollars did Americans...
just over $8 billion, $8.2 billion since February 28th that we have spent
on gas.
In addition, not totally in gas.
Right.
The increase in gas has sucked $8.2 billion that you could have spent on everything from rent to something else went towards gas.
Yeah. And it's just like it feels like it's never going to end. Like the Strait of Hormuz is not open.
Well,
maybe for some people.
Technically it is, if you're willing to take a chance.
Or if you're willing to pay $2 million.
Yep, you could pay the toll, I think is what they call it.
Yeah.
All right, maybe, though, they're saying that airline tickets haven't skyrocketed.
It will, though.
Yet.
Fuel prices.
Well, so airlines are trying to make the money up in different ways. So they're still trying to be competitive with the seat because they know you're out there searching on Google or, one of those websites for the lowest cost seat. So United and JetBlue both announced this week, we're just going to raise baggage fees.
Of course you are.
Yeah, we're just going to charge more to check bags.
United raised the price by $10.
$10.
Oh my gosh.
It's pretty crazy. Your first check bag
is $45.
$45. Okay? Your second, $60. Your third,
oh gosh,
could be anywhere from $50 to $200.
It's unbelievable.
Good grief!
When does it just become we've got to lock it down? We're locking our finances down. I mean, because we're not where we were in 2008 when the bottom dropped out, but everything is more expensive, and I think people, in 2008. Really did lock it down, and they stopped spending. And
well, I'm just worried. You know what this is going to mean? No one's going to check bags. Everybody is going to. I don't care if they've got a full size refrigerator. They're going to put 2 pieces of twine around it, call it handles, and try to shove it in the overhead bin.
And I can't blame them for doing that.
They're like, I'm not checking bags. It's too expensive to check bags.
No, and
I could spend more on bags than I did on my ticket.
Is there anything that's reasonable? Is
What do
there
you
any
mean?
in
Like
terms
prices
of,
that are going down? No.
Anything reasonable? Groceries up, gas up, your flight up, your checked baggage up, stock market down.
Yeah, it's called the golden age. I was told. I've been told
It sure
this
hasn't worked
is the
out.
golden age.
Sure hasn't
And
worked
if this
out.
is the golden age, I'd hate to see what it looks like when it sucks.
I think I worry too about, I don't know how long we're going to be in Iran. I don't think they know how long.
I don't think today's events of losing aircraft shortens it.
No, but we're talking about a global energy crisis. That this thing is not going to iron out really very nice.
Oh, God, it'll take months to unravel if it ended today.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
If it all ended today, would prices go right back?
No, absolutely.
And we're going to
not.
have to deal with this crap for months and months and I don't know, maybe years.
Yeah. Hey, Phoenix is center stage right now as the NCAA women's Final Four games are going on tonight and Sunday downtown at the Mortgage Matchup Center. You can find out all the details of the free fan events that are already underway, including a big Super Saturday concert. Just go to the contest page at KTAR.com. It is time for the Stream Team. We're going to tell you what you should or maybe shouldn't be streaming this weekend. The Stream Team. It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. We can expect a beautiful Easter weekend. Meteorologist Gabriel Lojero says no rain and highs in the mid-90s.
Generally, mostly sunny skies. Temperatures are actually going to warm up, so we're expecting to see highs into the 90s. Low to mid-90s over the weekend.
Lujero says the highs will stay in the low to mid-90s into next week, but by next weekend, we could be back in the 80s. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check out your afternoon ride now. Here's Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the on-ramp I-17 southbound near Bell Road. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 7th Avenue and Southern Avenue. And Avondale with a crash on Buckeye Road and Dysart Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
You just heard the good news about our beautiful Easter weekend, and right now we're at 84 degrees in Gilbert. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
LaDonna here. The heads of some Valley nonprofits are making bank. We count those beans for you. Plus, we have the aftermath of the Final Fours. That's Monday morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Hey, quick shout out to Deer Valley. Your city shout out to Deer Valley, all the Deer Valleyans. I don't think Deer Valley's a city. I think it's more of a neighborhood. Shout out to Deer Valley. All right. Time for the Stream Team, Gatos. It's what we are watching, what we have been watching, streaming. And I don't know if I've mentioned this before. I'm a member of the Phoenix Film Critics Society.
Yes.
And so I have been actually going back into the movie theaters and seeing movies. So I saw something that's in theaters, too.
This is great. So you saw something in theaters. I've been streaming something. Why don't you go first?
All right. I took my niece, by the way. She was excited for this. And we went and saw the new Super Mario Galaxy movie.
What's up, Mario? Behold! I made a masterpiece for Princess Peach. What do you think?
It's trash.
I'm Bowser Jr., and I'm gonna be taking my father now!
So, voices of Chris Pratt, Anya Taylor-Joy, Charlie Day, Jack Black.
It's a kids movie.
It's
Why'd you go see a kids movie?
Because some people go see those movies.
Okay. Yeah, if they have kids.
Okay. Well, I do the reviews of them. So I'm going to be talking to parents right now who might want to go see this movie with their kids.
Now, see, that makes sense.
Okay?
Yeah.
Don't go see this movie.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Don't take your kid.
No, this is not a good movie.
But would my kid like it?
I don't even know if kids will like it. First off, it's almost devoid of a plot. It's just a series of basically clips from different Mario video games shoved together in an hour and a half, loosely resembling a film. And by the way, the first movie was much better than this. The first Mario movie. This one just seems very choppy, disjointed. If you are not and have not played a lot of the Mario Brothers Super Mario Galaxy video games, you won't understand it. You don't know the relationship between the characters. You don't know who's who in there. And they just kind of throw everything at the screen at once and hope that because there's lots of colors and like a bunch of chases going on that you won't notice that this isn't a good movie.
But if you look at it through the eyes of a 7-year-old, they'll probably like this.
Yeah, but through the eyes of a 7-year-old, we can show them almost anything. They're excited because they're going to eat popcorn and drink a soda pop.
Yes.
Or junk is my kids.
I don't think they care if it's a good. I think my wife is taking our little 7-year-old nephew Duke, who does the math in his head.
Yeah,
and he's gonna love it. He's 7. He doesn't care.
Right, but
yeah, she'll think it's.
There
garbage.
are good kids movies. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
There are good. The Lego movie was a good kids movie. You know what I'm saying?
This isn't one of them.
This is not one of the good kids movies. I'm just telling you right now.
Yeah.
If you have a little maggot who just loves the Super Mario Galaxy, sure, they're going to, oh, there's Bowser. Oh, there's Princess Peach. Oh, whoopee. But it's just not a good movie. I'm just telling you that right now. On the 1 to 5 scale, I give it a 1.
Oh. See, you had to watch it like a 6-year-old. And then what would you have given it?
1.5.
1.5.
I probably would have fell asleep.
Oh. The Stream team. Every Friday, 3:15.
All right.
We talk about what you should or should not be seen in the movie theater or streaming.
Okay.
Now, I always I don't always watch the latest, greatest streaming stuff.
That's fair.
Like, I'm watching Paradise, which is, I just finished it. It's incredible.
It's incredible on Hulu, right? We both went.
It's incredible.
Incredible.
Okay, but I also dive back into the past. And are there shows that I missed? And I like the supernatural kind of stuff.
Yes, you do.
So I found, I believe it's on Paramount Plus, Penny Dreadful.
Yes.
Have you heard of Penny Dreadful?
I've heard of Penny Dreadful.
Do you believe there is a demi-monde? A half-world between what we know and what we fear. A place in the shadows, rarely seen but deeply felt.
That sounds like a warning.
It's an invitation.
So I take you to the dark corners of Victorian London. And you have...
thanks for taking me there.
You have Sir Malcolm, who is an explorer, and his daughter is missing and lost to the city's creatures, if you will. And so I won't give a ton away because, again, I think a lot of you look for cool shows and stuff like that.
Sure, something to watch over the weekend.
Yeah, it's like it's the first season. I think I'm in the third season now. And I think it's only 3. First season is about how can we find Sir Malcolm's daughter, where is she, and what has happened to her. Okay. So they give you a little taste at the very beginning. But throughout the whole series it's kind of cool. You will be introduced to Dr. Frankenstein.
Ooh.
You will be introduced to, let's say, the devil's brother.
Whoa!
I
didn't know the devil had a brother.
That's why it's cool. You'll be introduced to Dracula. And so it is kind of a cool series. Is it the greatest supernatural series that I've ever seen? The answer is no. But is it worth, like, if you like this type of stuff, like I like this type of stuff, to binge it or to watch it once a night or, when everybody goes to bed or something like that? I think it is fun. It's kind of psychological. It's haunting. I know you hate scary.
I do hate scary.
They're not jump scares. It's not scary like that.
It's creepy?
It is creepy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Less scary, more creepy.
Yeah. Okay. And so werewolves, all that kind of stuff, witches. Okay. So it is kind of cool. It's called Penny Dreadful. I think the name Penny Dreadful came from people who spent a penny going and purchasing a piece of paper with a horror story on it. And it was called the Penny Dreadful.
Oh.
So, like, back in the day, if this is a real thing.
Before Netflix.
Yeah, you would pay a penny and you'd get, like, a paper. And it would have a horror story on it.
Sounds horrible.
Yeah. And so it's 3 seasons.
Okay.
It's on, I think it's on Paramount Plus.
Paramount Plus, okay.
And I think it's entertaining.
All right.
I think it's pretty good. Yeah.
Gatos likes some Penny Dreadful. And I watched the Super Mario Galaxy movie in theaters now. No need to rush. No need to rush to go see it. All right, quick check of the headlines on the way. The Hall of Famer Becky Lynn's on top of that. And up next, we have the latest on a fighter jet shot down over Iran. Actually, now 3 aircraft have been struck. 2 airmen have been rescued. 1 missing still. We'll give you the latest, and we'll talk to our military expert, former Air Force general, on exactly what's going on in this search. It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, the doctors at Red Mountain will help you overcome issue after issue after issue. And this is just an awesome deal that they're offering you, okay? If you are ready to lose weight, you can now start for free. When you mention Gatos this month at Red Mountain Weight Loss, they're waiving the startup fees on everything. They're waiving the startup fees on all programs. Now, programs start as low as $149. It's never been more affordable. And at Red Mountain, the leader in medical weight loss, variety of programs supervised by the doctors. They specialize in weight loss. You're getting ready for summer. You want to get that bod going, right? So they offer GLP-1 medications. Absolutely outstanding. Everybody knows about that. As well as their patented signature medication, RM3, the absolute fastest way to lose weight. So their support doesn't stop once you lose the weight. They provide ongoing maintenance plans to help you stay on track. They can offer you convenient online video appointment. You can visit them in person at their office. But I'm telling you right now, lose weight this month and start for free when you mention Gatos, RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk about required minimum distributions. This is kind of a scary thing for a lot of people.
Absolutely. Listen, we all know that you're forced to take income eventually, but people never plan it out and cash flow it out into their retirement. It can have implications that a lot of people don't understand. So you have to take the money, even if you don't want to.
And it's more than just about taxes, too, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's about Social Security penalties and Medicare penalties, taxation on Social Security. It has a dramatic downline effect if you don't plan for it.
So what do you do about required minimum distributions?
It's about having an income plan in retirement. If you don't have an income plan that accounts for your taxable earnings that you weren't expecting, you can get really hurt.
All right, get your free portfolio review. Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Before Arizona heat turns unbearable, get your AC ready with Ace Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Whether you need an AC tune-up, fast repair, or a new energy-efficient system, Ace helps keep your home cool, comfortable, and efficient all summer long. Beat the rush. Call Ace today at 602-536-4475 for free estimates and expert service. That's 602-536-4475. Or visit us online at acehomeaz.com. Acing Arizona's comfort needs since '94.
The D-backs face the Atlanta Braves for a weekend series starting April 2nd. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, Dave Ramsey here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient solar zone sun shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The U.S. confirms an F-15 has been shot down over Iran today. Iran says it has also downed an A-10. Now, this despite U.S. claims it controls the airspace over that country. Retired Air Force Major General Mick McGuire tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos that can be true, but
an individual soldier is, and many of them in an infantry battalion, are given shoulder-mounted infrared missiles that they can use to defend even troops dismounted in the open. And if you're low enough and you're slow enough, or low enough and close enough, depending on where you're at, there's really not much you can do.
2 of 3 aviators in these aircraft have been recovered, and a search continues in Iran for a third.
Arizona votes.
It is blatantly unconstitutional. The executive order.
3 Democratic Congress members representing Arizona have sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking that it not enforce President Trump's executive order that looks to federalize elections. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to explain.
Arizona U.S. Reps Yasmin Ansari, Adelita Grijalva, and Greg Stanton are on the letter. Stanton tells KTAR it clearly says in the Constitution that states run elections, adding Arizona's elections have been and continue to be secure.
He has caused so many people to lose confidence in American elections. It's very sad what this president has done to force people who are allies of him to go along with this big lie. It needs to stop.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays and Secretary of State Adrian Fontes have also sued the Trump administration over the executive order. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
It's an Arizona story. Tommy Lloyd and the Arizona Wildcats.
Whether you're a U of A fan hoping to see the Wildcats advance to the men's college basketball championship game, or an ASU fan preying on their downfall, there will be lots to watch when the Final Four tips off tomorrow night.
The best team in college basketball. That's what Arizona sports host Vince Marotta thinks of the U of A Wildcats. While they're poised to win it all, he tells Arizona's Morning News their toughest test will come tomorrow.
I think they're the best team. I also view, like I said about the women's tournament with South Carolina and UConn, the second semifinal game tomorrow, the Arizona-Michigan game, that is the game that will determine the champion.
If U of A can come out with a win, Marotta believes there shouldn't be anything stopping them from taking home the trophy. Tip-off is scheduled about 10 minutes before 6 p.m. tomorrow night on TBS and TNT. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Let's get you down the road this afternoon. Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Mesa Drive. Phoenix with an abandoned vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 16th Street. A look into our surface streets. Avondale with a crash on Buckeye Road and Avondale Road. And Goodyear with a crash on Cotton Lane and Lower Buckeye Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight with our low 64. Our holiday weekend looks wonderful. 92 on Saturday, 95 on Sunday, and mostly sunny skies. It's 88 currently in Glendale. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
From all of us here at the Mike Broomhead Show, hope you have a great Easter weekend. We're back on Monday morning with all the big topics of the economy and, of course, what's going on in the Middle East. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
30 minutes away.
Yes.
From my hero joining us on the air.
Yeah.
We will talk about the U of A Wildcats run to the Final Four.
Yeah.
The most famous alum of the U of A.
He might even argue that's
well, I'm
not
going to ask
true,
him
but
that.
We'll see. Okay.
Geraldo Rivera will join us at 4:05.
Yeah.
Super excited. Love Geraldo. And we'll discuss the Wildcats taking on Michigan tomorrow.
Yep.
And hopefully they win and win the whole thing, because I've got them winning the whole thing.
You got
Bruce.
them in the pool,
And I know
huh?
you're a huge fan.
That I am.
So I would like to see you celebrate and me be right, because I like being right.
Monday, I will be in full regalia, I hope.
We're going to see how you are Monday.
Well, the game's Monday night.
Well, we're going to see if you're in the game Monday night.
We're winning the game tomorrow.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah. All right.
Mention Geraldo's joining us.
You
at
did
4:05?
mention it. It's come up a couple times.
Wait.
So today was a bad day over the airspace over Iran for American aircraft. The latest reports we have are that 3 aircraft were struck. Gosh. 2 shot down. 1 landed safely. And 1 crew member is still missing. 2 others have been rescued. It all started with an F-15E Strike Eagle being, we believe, shot down. Two people on board. You have a pilot sitting up front, you have a weapons officer, or the Wizzo sitting in the back seat. The reports, and I want to stress that this could change because it's still early in this. The reports are that the pilot was rescued and that the weapons officer is either condition or location unknown at this point, but there is a search and rescue effort. So when a plane goes down, they throw all the assets at it. One of the assets was an A-10 Warthog. Those of us from Tucson know the A-10 very well. The A-10 was apparently struck. The pilot managed to get the plane over what was reported to be the Persian Gulf, over the water, before he ejected and was rescued out of the water.
I think that this is just super scary, thinking about one of our American soldiers possibly injured, hurt, and on the ground in Iran, in enemy territory. Can you imagine what would happen if they get their hands on this person?
Yeah. The third aircraft that was struck was a Black Hawk helicopter.
Yeah.
That rescued the downed pilot. As it was leaving, it was apparently struck. We know that people on board that helicopter were wounded, but that the helicopter, although damaged, managed to land safely in Iran. It made it over the border, in Iraq, and landed safely, but that there are people that were wounded and receiving treatment.
I understand no one's left the White House. We don't know what's going to happen next. We talked about ground troops possibly this weekend, but it is a scary situation. We decided to bring in Major General Mick McGuire, retired U.S. Air Force, and we asked him, well, okay, you've got possibly an injured soldier on the ground in enemy territory. This is the worst place for you to be. How long can you survive on the ground? And here's what the general said.
There are a whole lot of stories from the Vietnam era of folks surviving and invading a long time. Difference in Vietnam, a lot of cover, a lot of water.
Good point.
The big issue is obviously water. There's no limit to how long somebody could stay out there.
All right.
The battery life of the radio is, nominally 3 days, kind of like your cell phone, but you can turn it on and off and those types of things. All things we train the pilots. Every pilot in the Air Force or in all the services is doing annual survival training, every one of them. So they're fully aware of what's in the kit, what's available. I saw something this morning on one of the news broadcasts about, are they armed? Absolutely. They have a single a 9mm. But I mean, you're not going to fend off the 9 million that we've talked about in the past that are sympathetic to the regime.
A battalion shows up. Yeah.
All right. So, General McGuire, so it seems like if you crash in enemy territory, you find a place to hide.
Yeah. You're for, especially, well, and again, let's also, with the caveat that ejecting from an airplane is a very violent event. It is not uncommon for crew members and pilots to
get knocked out,
break a limb.
Sure.
If you catch it on the way out, it is a very violent thing. And then the landing can be very violent. So hopefully you're not injured to the point that you can get away. But here's, I think, an interesting point that the general made. In Vietnam, using that as an example, you're talking about like forests and, jungle like thing. A lot of Iran's just desert and sand. Like, where do you go to hide? If you were dropped down, I mean, imagine, somewhere between Phoenix and Tucson, you're dropped down in the desert. Like, now try and make it so they can't find you. Where am I hiding?
More from General McGuire.
Yeah, so your objective is to not be caught. Obviously, there's huge political value. If you think about the broader political implications, I think I looked this morning, it's over a dozen, maybe up to 16 now lost drone systems, Predators and Reapers in theater, but not one of them as a pilot. And there's no one that flies to Dover to talk to R2-D2's next.
Right, when we lose a drone.
But you have one single pilot that appears on propaganda TV, you got problems.
Yeah, and that's Major General Mick McGuire. If they do capture our soldier, that soldier will be on TV. You'll see it today or tomorrow.
They will use it for propaganda, 100%.
Right. I think the problem that I have is I'm super scared about this. Okay. Obviously, as an American, we want that soldier to be okay. But the way that Trump talks, and here's like a quote, quote, total air superiority over Iran. I mean, I'm not a military expert. It doesn't sound like we have total air superiority over Iran. It doesn't sound like we've knocked everything out. It doesn't sound like the Iranians are just sitting around waiting. It doesn't sound like we've won. It doesn't sound like, it doesn't sound like any of that.
Here's something that I'm interested in, and goodness knows if we'll get a straight answer. In Desert Storm, A-10s were a huge part of that. The A-10 Warthog flew over 8,000 sorties, missions. Didn't lose one plane. Not one surface-to-air missile or shoulder-rounded.
So you're saying in 8 years?
In the entire Desert Storm, we never lost an A-10. What shot this one down? What kind of technology do they have? Do they have things that we're not aware they have? Did the Soviets or the Russians give Iran...
Chinese.
Yes, Chinese or the Russians give Iran some form of weaponry that's more advanced than maybe what has been in the past.
ABC is reporting Iran used advanced passive infrared detection.
Heat-seeking.
It cannot be detected or jammed by American electronic warfare systems. It's invisible to the technology.
Yeah, you have to use chaff, what's called, or flares to try to fool the heat-seeking missile to go after the other heat source.
Worst day of the war, yes or no? Absolutely.
Well, losing the service members, I thought, was pretty bad. But yeah. But losing 2 aircraft and damaging another in the rescue, it seems like a pretty bad day, especially after we were told they were completely defeated.
And losing someone in
somebody
Iran.
Missing.
Yeah, in Iran, where there's a bounty on that person's head.
Currently missing. And Iran is offering $60,000 for the pilot. If you find the pilot. So I don't know how many Iranians are running around the desert looking for this person. Is Tiger Woods' DUI all President Trump's fault? We'll talk about that next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, I want you to get your water tested by Aquazona Connecticut. All right? It is free. All you do is mention Gatos. They come to your house. They'll be on time. And a professional, a water expert from Aquazona Connecticut will test it for free. And there's a reason you want your water tested, okay? You know it doesn't taste good or feel good on your body. You know your children don't like drinking water from the tap. It doesn't taste great. It smells like chlorine. See what's in your water. Let Aquazona Connecticut show you what is in your water. If you have never had your home's water tested, the water that your family drinks, the water that your family showers with every single day, get it tested. Get it tested. And let Connecticut show you what's in it. Then they'll tell you about a Connecticut system that could get rid of the nasty chlorine taste and odor and reduce the heavy metals and microplastics, and you could be confident once again in your water. 602-910-6570. Again, mention Gatos. They come out for free and test your water. 602-910-6570. You can visit aquazona.com.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hired them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Arizona, please listen. The Colorado River has been shrinking, and there's less water than ever. Now, some states in the upper Colorado River Basin are trying to force Arizona to get even less. Our communities could face devastating cuts that threaten homes, tribes, farms, jobs, and our future. This won't be voluntary. All 6 million of us will have to change our way of life. Let Washington hear your voice. Demand action. Save our future. Visit protectingarizona'slifeline.com today.
Visual freedom for your life. Hi, I'm Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. If you're in your 30s and sick of poking yourself in your eye with your contacts, or you're in your 50s playing, "Where did I leave my readers?" or in your 80s pretending your cataracts are just a little fog, relax. We've got a procedure for your eyes.
King LASIK and K2 Vision. Solutions for the young to the youngish. Book your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
KTAR News Flash.
3:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Fast food chains like Panera, Wendy's, and McDonald's are looking for ways to expand their value menus as more Americans are getting hit hard with the rising price of dining out and with groceries. McDonald's announcing a new expanded $3 menu starting later this month. Here's ABC's Morgan Norwood.
This is really the sign of the times, right? Especially with the economy. The fast food value wars are really heating up. Restaurants know that these cash-strapped customers are pulling back as food prices keep climbing. We're seeing this in the numbers. Over the past year, restaurant prices are up nearly 4%, while grocery prices are up about 2.5%.
All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. It is time to check those roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Mesa Drive. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 60th Avenue and Indian School Road. And Phoenix again with a crash on 32nd Street and Chandler Boulevard. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive my car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 480-800-0100. That's 480-800-0100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
I want to direct your attention to KTAR.com. On the right side of the page, when you scroll down, every day you get the Gatos Big Q. Broomhead and I talk about it on his show at 8:50, and Bruce likes to guess how the people voted at 3:50.
Mm-hmm.
In the minutes after his two-car accident, Tiger Woods called President Donald Trump. So after he flipped his car, you don't call family. You don't tell people you're okay. You don't call a lawyer. No, you call the president, apparently.
Yeah, this was caught on the police officer's body cam.
Correct. What do you think?
Okay.
Calls President Trump. What do you think? A, well, both can't golf anymore.
Ouch.
B, Tiger looking for a presidential pardon. Or C, every criminal has Trump's number on speed dial.
God, I'd love it. I think it's all three, but I'm going with Tiger is looking for a presidential pardon, 62%.
For this is the second time my computer doesn't allow me to vote. I'm gonna have to get this fixed. Can you click the button?
Every criminal has Trump's number on speed dial, 54%. 40% Tigers looking for a presidential pardon. Only 6% said both can't golf anymore.
All right, I got two things on this I want to bring up. See what you think.
on the Tiger Woods thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Number one. You know, like Trump has kind of created this environment where if you're loyal, people think that he can give them a get out of jail free card.
Oh, like the January 6ers.
Yeah.
What a surprise. Wonder why people would think that.
No, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, I'm surprised that, and I hope
if you donate enough money, you get a pardon too.
Right, I'm sure. I hope Tiger Woods goes and gets help. I don't know what he's going through. It seems, obviously, it's not a good thing. He may be addicted to pain pills.
He had opioids in his pocket.
So I hope he goes and gets help.
Okay.
But, you know, I watched some of the video of this, and he's walking away from the cops, and he's on the phone like he's the coolest guy in the world. And then he turns around, he comes back towards the cops, like, "Yeah, I was just been talking to the president."
Yeah,
and I'm thinking,
just on the phone with the
good for you. What do you think? I'm gonna go easy on you just because you talked to Donald Trump? I'm a police officer. Don't put me in that spot.
Right.
Like, that's the ultimate. Do you know who I am? Well, of course we know who you are, Tiger.
He called him Mr. Woods. They knew who he was.
Do you know who I just talked to?
Yeah.
It's
don't care.
I don't care.
Yeah.
The second part that makes me crazy is, like, these billionaires. They just think they're above everything. You know, you see some of these.
They do.
You see some of these billionaires in the Epstein files. I'll give you a billionaire. You know, I'm a big WWE fan. Vince McMahon is a horrible human being.
Yeah. That documentary really showed that,
thinks
right?
He's above the law. Everybody that's got all this money, they just think they're all Tiger Woods. Oh, I can get off. I'm going to call the president.
They're surrounded by people many times who
that
aren't
just don't
billionaires.
say no.
Who are dependent on them. We see it with like movie stars and music acts, right?
Right.
People who are the hangers-on, who get to live the lifestyle kind of by being in the orbit.
I'll buy my
and the
way out of
last
this.
thing you're going to do is tick off the money train. You know, hey, I think I need some more opiates before I drive. Here, let me help you open the bottle. You know, no one's going to tell them no. No one's going to tell them you can't do that.
No, and it doesn't matter what it is.
No,
they don't understand the word no.
Don't treat women like that.
Right.
Don't do that.
Right.
Don't steal this. Yeah, of course not.
It's crazy.
They don't think the rules apply to them.
They really don't.
Yeah,
but
and by the way, there is some precedent that with enough money, the rules don't apply to you. There's a lot of precedent of that.
So I guess, what, Tiger is dating Vanessa Trump, and that's Trump Jr.'s ex-wife, and is that what it is?
I think so.
And she started talking about, she started gushing about what's going on with Tiger. The fall from grace from Tiger Woods has really been incredible.
I was going to say, if there's a greater fall, I'm like, wow.
There are greater falls.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have O.J. Simpson, who's in a league all by himself.
That's
a league
stratospheric
all by
level. Yes, fair.
But I mean, Tiger Woods with 3 car crashes and sex addiction, and now this, he's addicted to opioids or whatever. My goodness.
The University of Arizona's most famous alum.
I have to go and
joins us
prepare.
to preview the NCAA men's Final Four. The only Geraldo Rivera.
I got to prepare myself.
Up next,
my hero,
right here on Outspoken on KTAR.
Here in the Valley, we have plenty of healthcare options, but not all of them offer the kind of care we truly want. I'm Jim Sharp, and like you, I value unhurried care, where your doctor takes the time to listen, understand, and treat you with the attention you deserve. That's why I want to tell you about the Midwestern University Clinics. At Midwestern, it's different. As a teaching facility, their students and expert faculty work together to provide unhurried, affordable, and compassionate care. They take the time to listen, examine, and understand your unique needs without the pressure of meeting patient quotas. Whether you need family medicine, dental, vision, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech-language services, or psychological care, Midwestern University Clinics offer it all in one convenient location. Experience the Midwestern difference for yourself. Call 623-537-6000 or visit MWUclinics.com to schedule your appointment today. MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for health care.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
There's a lot we don't fully understand about long COVID, like its impact on the brain. But you could help change that. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 30 and 89 for a research study. If you've had COVID-19 with or without cognitive symptoms, or you've been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease regardless of COVID infection history, you may qualify for this study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's LaDonna, and if you've ever had to try to coordinate selling a house and buying a house and moving out of a house and moving into a house, then you know it's a nightmare. It can be an absolute nightmare. Well, imagine if you found your dream home and you moved in right away and you didn't have to wait. You didn't have to sell your old place first. You can do that with Orchard. Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Let's say it needs some work. Well, maybe you need to get some cash so you can get that work done. The Orchard experts have this in hand. They're going to handle the repairs on your old home, so you're attracting the right buyers. You're getting the right people in. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to list and sell your home for top dollar. And this just gives you breathing room, man. Find out what your home is worth. Go to Orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The U.S. confirms an F-15's been shot down over Iran today. Iran says it has also downed an A-10. This despite U.S. claims it controls the airspace over that country. Retired Air Force Major General Mick McGuire tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos that can be true, but
an individual soldier is, and many of them in an infantry battalion, are given shoulder-mounted infrared missiles that they can use to defend even troops dismounted in the open. And if you're low enough and you're slow enough, or low enough and close enough, depending on where you're at, there's really not much you can do. 2 of 3 aviators in these aircraft have been recovered, and a search continues in Iran for a third.
Anything could happen in March Madness.
The hype is on for the NCAA Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix. One of those games is getting underway now. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live at Tourneytown talking with fans.
Yeah, Becky, Tourneytown has lots to offer for anyone interested in the Women's Final Four, and the fans have been enjoying the hype all day. Today we saw a Q&A with Women Basketball Hall of Famers, and there's plenty of hoops around here waiting for fans to score and win prizes. That includes a young Valley girl named Adelia who beat out her peers in a shootout competition.
It was fun. It's just, I feel like when I'm on there, I'm so competitive, I just want to win all the time. And it made it better even playing with some of my friends out there.
And this event is free to attend here at Phoenix Convention Center, though it is wrapping up for the day, so fans can focus on the national semifinals game between South Carolina and UConn, which is starting about now. But fans can head back to Tourneytown here at the Phoenix Convention Center once again tomorrow, or enjoy other events around Mortgage Matchup Center. Live from Tourneytown, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
I'm happy to announce I'm staying at Arizona.
University of Arizona men's basketball coach Tommy Lloyd announcing today he plans to stay in his position despite interest from the University of North Carolina. Lloyd has signed a new 5-year deal that still needs approval from the Arizona Board of Regents, but it makes him one of the 5 highest paid coaches in college basketball, with an annual salary of more than $7 million. It's expected to be Chamber of Commerce weather this Easter weekend. Meteorologist Gabriel Ojero says highs on Saturday and Sunday going to be in the low to mid 90s, and they'll stay that way into next week.
Temperatures are actually going to remain steady state in the low to mid 90s. We're not expecting any triple digits.
Ojero says as we get into next weekend, the highs are expected to drop into the 80s. Meanwhile, keep your pets away from chocolate this Easter weekend. Joe Casados with the Arizona Humane Society says if you're planning on an Easter egg hunt or handing out chocolate bunnies, keep those pets in a safe place.
Biggest recommendation is obviously to keep it away from pets, to avoid putting it on the ground or places where they can reach it. And if you are going to do Easter egg hunts, maybe keep your pet in a different room until all the eggs have been picked up.
Casado says chocolate's dangerous for dogs and cats to eat. If your pet does show signs of illness, get them to a vet right away. He adds the Humane Society Papago Urgent Care Center will be open all weekend. The Food and Drug Administration is out with a new notice about eye drops.
3 million bottles of eye drops produced by KC Pharmaceuticals are being voluntarily recalled due to a lack of assurance of sterility, according to an FDA notice. The classification for this type of recall states the probability of serious adverse health consequences is remote. The drops were sold under multiple brands like Best Choice, Discount Drug Mart, and Gericare. They appeared on shelves at CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, and other stores. A CVS spokesperson says the company is fully cooperating with health officials. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Let's get a look at the afternoon drive now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Buckeye Road. Mesa with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Mesa Drive. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, and Social Security taxation and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies and 64 for the overnight low. Tomorrow, 92 and 95 on Easter Sunday. Right now in Tempe, it's 87. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Oh, a lot of people say hour number 3 is the best of the hours.
You know, we had a conversation off the air just a few days ago. We said, Bruce, you're such a big Wildcats fan, and they're in the Final Four.
Mm-hmm.
Me, Nostragatos, I've predicted that the U of A would win the whole thing.
I'll take it.
We said, you know what would be fun? Let's find Arizona's most famous alum.
Okay.
The most famous alum of the University of Arizona.
And
we have a lot to choose from.
Only one name came. Well, I think only one name came up.
Fair enough.
And I just want to preface this before we bring it in. In our office, I've got a picture of my wife,
the Gatos bride,
our kids, our new little grandbaby,
so cute,
and our next guest, Geraldo Rivera.
Hey,
how you doing?
Geraldo, how are you?
I'm wearing my red and blue.
Yeah, bear down, sir.
I love it.
Bear down.
I love it. Emmy award-winning, Peabody award-winning journalist, 5 decades of brilliance. Geraldo, it's good to have you here. Are you the most famous U of A alum, in your opinion?
In your opinion.
I don't know if I make that mark. I was very proud to play lacrosse, varsity lacrosse. I got to get my A jacket. I would have worn it if I had it. We played years ago. I graduated in '65.
Okay. I missed you by just a few years, sir. Yeah. I missed you by a couple there.
Few years ago.
Few years I missed you.
But I lived through the Lute Olson era when Arizona was a dominant team, and then kind of in the 2000s kind of disappeared. And I was a war correspondent all that decade, so I didn't pay much attention to.
You had a good excuse. Yeah, you had a good excuse.
Right? But I'm extremely excited.
Yeah.
Now I love. It's Arizona's time. They got a great team.
I agree.
Tommy Lloyd, I heard your newscaster say he was in for a big payday.
He's re-signing.
He deserves it. I'm glad they're keeping him because I think that this team, Arizona, has all these freshmen. They could be around for a while.
Yeah.
Geraldo, when you were at the U of A, was it big to hate ASU? Didn't like ASU still, right? That was back then.
ASU. I don't mean that personally. I actually got married once in Scottsdale. So it's nothing personal. But ASU and U of A, in my day anyway, there was all kinds of pranks.
It's still there, sir. It's still there. My dad went to the U of A a similar time that you did. And I remember him telling me he still hated Phoenix for stealing the state capitol from Tucson. And ASU was just icing on the cake after that.
No, we loved Tucson and went back and forth many times over the years. Erica and I were the grand marshals of the parade one year.
I remember that.
We helped establish that park by Fraternity Road.
Yes, sir.
So, I love my time at the U of A. And since then, we got a bunch of alumni together. And we had one of the guys was named Stormy Douglas. He passed away. So we had a charity, old Stormy, as we called it, and raised money for several years for the Department of Education to give access to underprivileged or handicapped youngsters so they could go to the university and hang out with a student on a regular track and get to experience what it's like college life on the campus. So
that's great.
It's an important place to me. I was there when Kennedy got assassinated and in the student union.
Oh, goodness.
Seeing that play out on the screen and the TV and the student union. There's a lot of growing up I did at U of A.
Arizona's most famous alum, Geraldo Rivera, is joining us. The Wildcats will take on Michigan in Final Four over the weekend. Geraldo, here I say this. Here's what I like about you, and what I've always liked about you. I really do think you're fair. I think that you can hit the president when he's wrong, and I think that you can praise the president when he's right. And I find that there are not many people out there. I try and do that myself. I think I've soured on the president certainly more over the last year. But in terms of Iran, and I was wondering what you thought of the president's speech over, just a few days ago. Did he miss the mark? Because there was really, for me, nothing about the economic pain that the war has caused the American people. What did you think?
Well, first of all, I love the guy. I've known him forever. He's very gracious, always to me, very helpful. We did Celebrity Apprentice together. We hung out together years ago. And so nice to my family, always accessible. The speech, though, was lame. I thought it was stale. I don't think that it was poorly delivered. He seemed to be losing his place on teleprompter. It was kind of sad. Everything he had said in Truth Social posts, or it didn't resonate sincere on the sincerity meter. I thought it was bad. I think that we're in for the one rule I have, having covered, being a war correspondent all these years.
Yeah.
My first war in that region was 1973, so I've had generations of experience there. My rule is, if you think the news is bad now, it's going to get worse. And I think that that's been coming true so far as this thing escalates into a major regional conflict. And the fact that Iran has managed to fire a ballistic missile to Diego Garcia, the base on Diego Garcia,
out in the middle of the Indian Ocean, right? Yeah,
is everyone should be shuddering when thinking of these creepy people having an intercontinental ballistic missile that, as of right now, can reach any place in Europe. And once you get that technology, it's only a question of going a bit higher, and it could reach all the way to the east coast of the U.S. It's very unnerving. I wish the president was more. I don't know why the hell he picked this particular fight. Remember, he did last year. The B-2 bombers obliterated the nuclear sites, and then in Venezuela they snatched Maduro, the president, flawlessly. Not a single American was killed in that operation. He was on a roll. I thought that the president was going to take on Cuba next. It was right in the region. He had this doctrine, the Monroe Doctrine that we all learned about. He had the Donroe Doctrine. So no enemies of America in this hemisphere won't be permitted. So I thought he was going to Cuba. Instead, he jumps all the way 7,000 miles away to have another war with Iran. We need that like a hole in the head, but we got to pursue it now. I think there's no alternative to having this thing finish well. You can't now pretend. They say, I think it was General Colin Powell, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Secretary of State. He said about Iraq years and years ago, if you break it, you own it. And I think that Iran is broken now, but it still can flail around, and they still can hit Israel. They can still hit the Gulf Sunni states, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait. They were all, within an easy range of Iran's kind of, very highly evolved missile.
We're learning that today. Again, we're speaking to U of A's most famous alum, Geraldo Rivera, as the Wildcats take on Michigan tomorrow. But we're talking about things going on. You talk about being a war correspondent, and I'm curious, kind of, you've been in that region before. I think one of the issues that I run into a lot is I feel like a lot of Americans don't understand maybe the history. We mentioned the other day, the Iran or that region, 4,000 to 6,000 years old. They've been fighting. Basically, it's part of the culture. Like, I don't think a lot of us understand their mindset because it comes across so absolutely different than ours.
Well, I think you're right. I think that you have a culture of death rather than a culture of life.
Interesting.
When everything becomes about your religion prevailing or your sect being dominant, it's and the hatred they have toward Israel is so repugnant. It's so horrible. But it just, because I've been covering it so long, I have no hope that it's ever going to really be peaceful. I don't think that is in the cards. But I do think that they could, for practical reasons, get along. They could make a lot of money with oil and so forth. But as of right now, I think that we're in for a very rough patch. The Final Four is a wonderful distraction for Wildcat fans. We get bear down together and think that that's what the world is, and then we can go back to the harsh reality of this situation. We got a pilot missing right now, a weapons guy. Missing from an F-15. The pilot bailed. They all bailed. I hope they were all successful. But we've rescued 2 of the 3 that were downed. But it's not. War is hell.
Yes,
it's never pretty, and this has been one of those conflicts that it has an ominous. I don't want to freak everybody out, but I don't like the direction. I think the president's got to take a breath. He's got to be much more clear on what his objectives are. He's got to, they got to stop firing generals in the Pentagon and start getting a plan together to get us out of there in a way that can. I don't know. I think that I never thought this, Bruce and Gatos. I never thought this, but I think now that we need a regime change. We'll never have peace as long as the Ayatollahs are in charge. I have a personal gripe against them, not only the 1979 embassy takeover where they held America hostage for over a year, but also in 1983, I covered Beirut when they blew up the Marine Corps barracks.
Yes, sir.
Hezbollah, with over 200 dead Marines. So, I think that I don't mind them getting a bloody nose, but at some point, and we can't leave them in charge of the Strait of Hormuz. You cannot do that.
So Geraldo, where do we go with this? Like, do we send in ground forces and try and dig up the uranium? Or do we just leave? Do we just stop bombing and just walk away?
I think that what has to happen in the near-term solution, we need many more pipelines that take that oil instead of going into a place like the Strait of Hormuz that some knucklehead dictator can seal off. Have these pipelines from Saudi Arabia direct to the Mediterranean, or they have some in existence now,
right?
But they need
not nearly
much
enough.
more.
Yeah,
we can't be in a place where we are subject to the whim of a freak who hates us.
All right, last thing, prediction: Michigan, U of A, and then the finals. Are the Wildcats going to win the whole thing, Geraldo?
I think that this is our time. Yes. This is Arizona national champion.
Yes.
I predict it with great confidence. These guys, this Jaden Bradley and Braden Burries, these are quality, generational players.
Here.
And they are going to bring it all home. And I just, I was talking to my wife just a minute ago, and I said, how about if I ask them to dedicate the victory to bringing Nancy Guthrie home safe and sound?
Oh, wow.
Let's Savannah Guthrie.
Bring it back to Tucson. Yes, sir.
Alum. For her mom, bring her home. Wouldn't that be nice? Where they say win one for the Gipper. Let's win one for Savannah Guthrie and Nancy Guthrie.
Amazing.
Love it.
Geraldo, thank you so much for being gracious with your time.
Geraldo, I love you, man. I'm just going to say it. I love you, man.
From one alum to another, exactly. On behalf of Old Maine and all the great dirt bags, for God's sakes, we'll go ahead and throw it in there. But thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
All right. Geraldo Rivera. Yeah. Predicting they're winning it all, Gatos. Come on.
Hey, listen.
You and Geraldo are on the same page.
I predicted the U of A before the tournament started. I'm sticking, of course, with the U of A. Fun to talk to Geraldo about basketball, but also to pick his brain, a guy who's really done it all, who knows Donald Trump. He said the speech was a mess. And I got to tell you, I haven't found anybody that liked that speech on Wednesday.
Yeah, including the stock market and the
nobody.
The
Republicans
oil
didn't
markets.
like it,
Yeah.
no.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has that for us, and coming up next.
I can retire now. I'm good.
You're good.
I think I'm good.
That was the pinnacle.
That was my guy.
Outstanding.
That was my hero.
Yeah. Even when you're working 5 days a week, you're really not. You're really not. You're probably only working 4 of them. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Sweet James, accident attorneys. Listen, if you're in an accident, I want you to call my friends over at Sweet James. There's a reason that they are, one of the greatest lawyers, and they take your case seriously, and they've done this for 25 years. They've got people right here in Arizona, and Sweet James has fought for injured accident victims, and they fight to win, and they've won 98% of the time. They'll make sure that you are heard, okay? And I know that the fight with the insurance companies is always messy. Let them do it. Let them deal with it. They're not going to let the insurance companies boss you around or take advantage of you, all right? So call 1-800-9-MILLION. This is a number you should put in your phone. God forbid, just in case you or a family member gets injured in an accident or a dog bite or what have you, call Sweet James, 1-800-9-MILLION, or visit sweetjames.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:20. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A search continues in Iran for a missing U.S. aviator aboard an F-15 that was shot down by Iranian forces today. Retired Air Force Major General Mick McGuire tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this aviator will become a propaganda tool if the Iranians find him first.
He'll be on TV around the world talking about how the Iranians have struck back at the mighty Americans and they need to surrender immediately and give up the fight.
A second aviator was recovered, as was another who was aboard an A-10 that went down over the Persian Gulf a short time later. Iran also claims to have shot that jet down. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads now. Enrique Garcia is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
In Scottsdale, the crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Pima Freeway, northbound near Thomas Road. Goodyear crashed on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Poplar Freeway westbound at Bullard Avenue. And Phoenix with a crash on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Buckeye Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Hey, quick shout out to everyone listening in Santan Valley. Santan Valleyans. STV, what up? There's your city shout out.
By the way,
yeah,
you watched the KTAR YouTube channel and you saw Geraldo Rivera.
Yeah, he was on the video with us.
He did the interview with us. He had sunglasses on,
but they're the kind of those red tinted. He sees the world through rose tinted sunglasses.
He looked fantastic. Goodness, he's got all that hair.
He has it's a beautiful head of hair,
and he's wearing the sunglasses. I'm like, that dude is cool.
Is he the most famous U of A alum? I know you love him. Please don't get me wrong.
I do love him. I love.
Can I
Geraldo.
give you some other U of A alum?
Why don't we go? You give me one, and I'll give you one. How's that?
Okay.
All right. Go ahead. You go first.
Linda Ronstadt.
That's not bad.
Pretty good.
It's pretty good.
All right. Who you got?
Gronk.
Rob Gronkowski played football there. Very good.
That's pretty good too.
Linda McCartney.
It's not bad.
That's why her and Paul had a place in
right.
Tucson.
Yeah. Kristen Wiig.
Really?
Yeah. She went to the U of A.
John Hughes, the director of movies like The Breakfast Club.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
That's got to be up there.
You would think, right?
That is.
John Hughes?
I didn't know that.
Yeah?
Oh, my gosh.
I mean.
Let me do one better than John Hughes.
Breakfast Club, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, 16 Candles.
I'll do one better.
Oh, you'll do one better?
Kourtney Kardashian.
Is that really better?
Okay, it's not better.
Is that better?
No. Savannah Guthrie went to the University of Arizona.
She most certainly did. Tucson
Geraldo
girl.
was talking about her. And
when I was going to the U of A, we all thought of like our biggest alum as Frank Borman, who at the time was president of Eastern Airlines, but he was a astronaut and was the commander of Apollo 8. He was an Apollo astronaut. And I was like, I think that's about the coolest thing you could be, if you ask me.
How about these two names? You ready?
I'm ready.
Craig T. Nelson.
Yes, which on that TV show Coach, he always had U of A stuff, like a sweater or a T-shirt in the background.
And really, one of the scariest movies I've ever seen, Poltergeist, he starred in.
Yeah.
And that was a chilling movie. Gary Shandling.
Of course. I met Gary on a couple occasions. But
Was he funny?
He's very funny. Yeah. His mother is hilarious.
Okay.
And when I worked in radio down there, we used to have his mom on the radio.
Is that so?
Miss Shandling was an absolute riot. How about this?
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Bruckheimer. Top Gun.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, he did a lot of other movies, don't get me wrong. But, that's the guy who did Pirates of the Caribbean.
Right.
F1.
Yeah.
Bad Boys.
Yeah.
Just saying.
All right. I still think Geraldo.
You think Geraldo wins all of those?
Geraldo wins all of them.
Okay. I'm not mad.
That was fun.
Yes, thank you again to Geraldo for making time for us. He alluded in there as well about the fact that the United States lost 2 aircraft today to what appears to be hostile fire.
Yeah, we did. We got into Iran with him. It was very interesting. And Trump, yeah.
What happens when an aircraft is shot down in a war zone? We're going to talk about it. It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
For the first time since 1972, a manned NASA mission to the moon is underway.
With Artemis 2's successful 5-minute and 50-second translunar injection burn this evening, our 4 crew members, NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, are now on their trajectory toward the moon.
We're covering this historic journey into space on the KTAR YouTube channel, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
All right, Southwest Blinds and Shutters came to my home this week. They installed some absolutely gorgeous shutters and motorized shades. Let me break it down for you. Your house needs this. It is such a great upgrade. The comfort that you'll have every day, the fact that some of these shutters and shades are going to block out the heat and the glare and keep your cooling costs down. That's some of the things that I like about Southwest Blinds and Shutters. As for my wife, she likes the beauty inside the house. So here's what we got. Southwest Blinds and Shutters came over. They had a team on time, came in and installed white shutters, absolutely beautiful, in the bedroom. In our great room where we have the television and the couch and all that kind of stuff. And immediately it just beautified the room. It brightened the room. In the kitchen, we went with motorized shades, and they're absolutely gorgeous. And you control them off of either your phone or they give you a remote control. The house is brighter. It looks incredible. And Southwest Blinds and Shutters, an absolute A+. I want you to call them. I want you to go on their website, and I want you to do some research and hire them. SouthwestBlinds.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The D-backs face the Atlanta Braves on Saturday, April 4th. Enjoy a free post-game concert featuring the All-American Rejects. Get your tickets and field passes at dbacks.com/concerts.
For
42 years, Dolphin Pools has delivered affordable luxury, the kind of backyard paradise that turns every day into a vacation. And now, with our brand new surprise showroom, it's easier than ever to bring your dream to life. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's #1 rated pool builder on Google and Yelp, and we're Google guaranteed. Buy now and swim this summer in the pool of your dreams. The hot Arizona days are coming fast. Visit dolphinpools.us and build your paradise today.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Life Changer Loan, and another reason why you should check out and see if you qualify. Imagine having 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week access to your equity. If you need to make a purchase, if an emergency happens, your equity is there and available. It's just one more advantage to being a Life Changer Loan client. Find out if you qualify. Get to their website. This is going to change your life. It's not magic. It's just math. LifeChangerLoan.com. Right now, do it. LifeChangerLoan.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Iran shot down 2 U.S. military planes, an F-15 and an A-10 in 2 separate incidents today. One of the 2 F-15 crew members has been rescued, and a search is ongoing for the second. Adam Weinstein, Deputy Director of the Middle East Program at the Quincy Institute, on the stakes involved.
If one of these pilots is indeed captured by the Iranian military, that would create a political crisis for the Trump administration.
Iran offering a bounty for that crew member. The A-10 crew member was safely rescued.
Arizona votes.
Arizona joined a coalition of 23 states suing President Trump, challenging his attempt to create a national list of eligible U.S. voters. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center with the details.
The order also prevents the U.S. Post Office from sending vote-by-mail ballots to anyone not on the list. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking the agency not to enforce what he says is an unconstitutional order.
We are fighting to make sure that the United States Postal Service has the resources just to do its current job, including 6-day mailing in the United States of America.
Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Your AC unit could be an ignition source for a fire. That's why Sean Gilliland from Rural Metro Fire says it's important to have your unit inspected every season and maintain those filters.
Those filters should be changed out at least twice a year, if not more, depending on the areas you live in. If you have an area that's maybe a higher frequency for dust and dirt, or maybe if you have animals, just making sure those filters are clean, it's flowing, the air's flowing well through them.
And Gilliland says cut back any brush or weeds that might be around your AC unit. And of course, always have in your house working smoke alarms. Scottsdale Police Department is utilizing new genetic analysis technology to identify a body found in a canal more than 20 years ago. Working together with Ramapo College of New Jersey, Scottsdale PD says new leads highlight the unidentified man's possible Native American ancestry and genetic markers linked to Pima descent. Investigators hope to utilize public genetic genealogy data within the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community to uncover the body's identity. Let's take a look at the road home this afternoon now. Enrique Garcia joins us in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder on the Durango curve / I-17 southbound approaching Van Buren Street. Scottsdale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway northbound near Thomas Road. And Goodyear with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound at Bullard Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We have a beautiful Easter weekend in store tonight, a low of 64, tomorrow a high of 92, and Sunday right around 95 degrees with mostly sunny skies. In Phoenix right now, we're at 86 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. Why 1 in 3 Americans don't feel confident about their finances as we head into the spring and what they see as a solution. It's tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
I think it's safe to say it was a bad day for American airmen over the skies of Iran today, as it started with an F-15E Strike Eagle aircraft being shot down pilot and weapons officer. We believe as of this moment, the pilot was rescued. The weapons officer is
somewhere
condition unknown,
Iran.
Position unknown.
Wow.
Then, as the rescue attempts came in, a A-10 Warthog was struck. The pilot managed to get it, I believe they said, over the Gulf and literally eject or bail out over the Strait of Hormuz and was rescued. And then one of the helicopters that picked up one of the downed pilots was struck, damaged, but managed to make it to safety over the border into Iraq, where it landed with the rescued airmen, and there are injuries on board that as well.
So what do you do if you are shot down in a war zone? That is what we're dealing with today. We've got an American that is on the ground in Iran, and we have to go and get this person.
Joining us right now is retired Air Force pilot Colonel Ted Bale. Colonel Bale, thank you so much for making time for us today.
My pleasure to join you this afternoon.
I know that you have some, dare I say, firsthand experience not only in flying an A-10, which is awesome in and of itself, but working on the rescue side. Let's start with that. Can you walk us through kind of what's going on right now? Maybe start from the downed airmen. What are they doing? What are they trying to do? And how are they communicating with rescuers?
Well, the downed airman's primary concern is going to be to stay away from the enemy forces. So I'm sure his number one priority is going to be to find a place to hide or to try to move towards friendly country, depending on his situation and whether it's day or night there currently.
So you look to hide. You've got some food, some water, and do you have a weapon?
Depending on the aircraft you're flying, you probably at least have a sidearm in this situation of epic fury. And then you'll have some water, but you're not probably going to have food with you. That probably wouldn't be at the top of your list when with the things that you eject with.
Colonel Bale, what sort of, I'm going to use the term technology, would a downed airman have to be able to either be located and or to communicate?
Well, each aircrew member is going to have a survival radio with them that's programmed to certain frequencies and, to include emergency frequencies. So if they're downed, like unannounced, and other people don't realize they're down, they could go on an emergency frequency and broadcast and try to get the attention of friendly aircraft. But in his situation in Iran, he might want to sit tight and wait until he thinks friendly forces might be approaching and then come up on a radio frequency.
So would it be American forces, or would we use our allies like Israel, go in, help find this person?
Well, personnel recovery is the primary mission for the United States Air Force, so more than likely with Operation Epic Fury, they have CSAR assets that they planned on in advance, and they're located, in places that the planners know where airstrikes are going to occur and where the risk is the highest. And so more than likely it's going to be American forces responding.
We got word, and again, I realize that, anytime there's something like this, Colonel, the facts could change, but we heard that the A-10 that was shot down or damaged to the point the pilot had to eject was there maybe in a search and rescue capacity or loitering in the area to try to provide cover. You flew the A-10, and you flew that in combat. I grew up in Tucson, sir, so I'm very familiar with the A-10 flying out of Davis-Monthan. It always struck me that's a pretty hard plane to shoot down. Is that a concern to you?
Well, it's definitely a concern to any of the airmen that are flying over the battlefield because, we're going against a wary thinking enemy, and they have their own ideas about how they're going to prosecute their side. But when I was flying in combat, we did have our operations officer, Jeff Fox, shot down during Desert Storm 1. It was a horrible, event to happen to our forces, but particularly to our squadron. since, we're all personally known to each other in that small group. And so, yeah, it's a terrible feeling, but he was captured. He wasn't killed. And eventually we did get him back from the Iraqi forces after the ceasefire.
Colonel Ted Bales joining us. I was going to ask you about that. What happens if Iran were to capture this soldier?
Well, it's hard to imagine because each enemy situation is different, and there's different actors, if you will, inside Iran. It's possible he could find somebody who's friendly to his cause. If you recall, like the lone survivor type of scenario in Afghanistan, where the Navy SEAL was able to go to a village and get help. The Iranian government has already put a bounty on the head of the person who's out there, and that's kind of the normal response, so they can generate a lot of people out there looking. And I would say that it's just a highly risky situation, not only for the isolated person who's out there, but also for the forces that are going to respond, because we know the enemy's responding too with a great effort to bring weapons and personnel to that general area. So even if they don't find the isolated person, they'll be able to thwart any rescue attempt.
Yeah, it is. It's scary to think of, and again, as of right now, the search and rescue portion is still underway for the missing, I will say, airman. We believe was the weapons officer on the F-15, and we can only hope for the best with that. When you were flying, sir, and flying in combat, I mean, help me understand and help our audience understand, since it's nothing we've ever gone through. In your mind, if I go down, if I have to get out of this aircraft and I land on the ground in the middle of this desert, if you will, I mean, do you think about how am I going to communicate with people? I think what sort of preparation
training does come through, in the things that you need to do, but there is a very personal decision that every person has to make as they step to their jet. Like, if that happens to me today, am I going to fight to the death? Am I going to be captured out of bullets? Or, if I'm injured, what's going to happen? And so each aircrew member really has to face that personal decision, I would say.
Wow. Colonel, really appreciate your time today. Thank you very much. I know that we certainly share with you that we hope for the safe return of the missing airman right now.
Well, I'm always excited to talk about the professionals that run our combat search and rescue. So thanks for having me on.
Sir, yes, sir. And we thank you for your service, and thank you for doing that job for so many years as well. That's retired Air Force pilot Colonel Ted Bale, as we continue to search for a missing airman somewhere in Iran.
Hide.
Yeah.
Wait.
Avoid detection.
Because if Iran were to capture this person, you'd be seeing them all over television.
Sadly, yes.
And that is not what we want to see at all this weekend.
We've got a quick check of the headlines on the way. We'll do that for you. And then coming up next, it's audio from an interview
with a congressman
that might keep you up tonight. We'll share it with you next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, if you're dealing with painful teeth or missing teeth or dentures that don't fit right, listen, this is what you do. You go to Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Meet my friend, Dr. Joe, a true implant expert who's treated over 2,500 full-mouth patients. He's placed more than 20,000 implants. It is the experience that matters and the experience that you need. When you go to Aria, here's what happens. You get brand new teeth. Their lab at Aria is state-of-the-art. I've walked through it. I've talked to the folks there, and it is absolutely incredible. You will leave with perfect new teeth, and you'll be able to eat anything you want again and smile anytime you want. So all you have to do is go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Go today. You could book your consultation. It's free when you mention Gatos. You're going to be glad you did. Dr. Joe is the guy, and the place is Aria Dental Implant Center.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I talk a lot about Moving Team 6 and their attention to veterans. Let's talk to one. Brian, you've been with them for how long?
4 years now, Mike.
What motivated you to call them in the first place?
It was a little after I got out of the Navy, was doing something else, just wanted to start doing something that actually helped people out again. Heard about these guys on the radio and gave them a shot, and still here 4 years later now. Take pride in your work, get it done the right way.
For your next move across town or across the country, movingteam6.com. Spell out the word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B., where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:47, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. President Trump insisting the Iran war will be over in a few weeks. Adam Weinstein, deputy director of the Middle East program at the Quincy Institute, says the conflict could end soon, but then start up again.
What the Trump administration might do is bomb for the next few weeks, leave, have no deal, and then come back and bomb some more if they feel the need to. But that doesn't provide a long-term sustainable solution.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. And with a check on your ride this afternoon, Enrique Garcia is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Disabled vehicle on the right shoulder in Phoenix on the Durango curve / I-17 southbound approaching Van Buren Street, Scottsdale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway northbound near Thomas Road. And in Goodyear, we have a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Bullard Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investment investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-800-0100. That's 480-800-0100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
This is Jim Sharp. The latest national jobs report was great. Triple the jobs expected. However, Arizona's latest jobs report wasn't as rosy. LaDonna Harvey and I will explain on Money Monday on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us in your car on 92.3 FM or watch the KTAR YouTube channel.
Does the government know more about UFOs, about aliens that they are hiding from us? Well, if you believe Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett, who is privy to classified meetings, the answer is yes.
Yeah. I was doom scrolling on UFOs last night. It's one of my favorite things to do. And, they've got all these different UFO, like different aliens they talk about, the grays and all that. I'm learning so much.
Really?
And I don't really know what to believe.
Okay.
But I like it because maybe it's because I like sci-fi. And,
Sure.
Okay.
It's like real life sci-fi. Okay.
Yeah. So this guy, he's a representative of Congress.
He's a sitting member of Congress.
And he said something, and I sent it to you, and I go, this is crazy.
Yeah.
So listen to this.
Okay.
This sitting congressman asked about aliens and UFOs and, cover-ups.
I've been briefed by just about every alphabet agency there is. I'll just tell you this, if they would release the things that I've seen, you'd be up at night thinking about this stuff.
Okay.
Okay, that's concerning.
It's
highly concerning. He knows things. Okay.
Okay.
We just need to disclose it all. I'm sick of it. I'll just tell you this. I was briefed last week. It would have set the earth off. This country would have come unglued, I think, if they would have heard all that I heard. They would demand answers.
From a briefing last week?
And then you start wondering, what is it?
What the heck did you hear at a briefing?
Is something coming?
That would keep me up at night and set the world on fire.
Is something coming in the near future?
Oh.
Do we know why they're here?
Do we have like one of the little green men and he's like, you know what? I'm just the advanced team. You guys are in a world of trouble.
I find it kind of like, don't you have to say it?
What do you mean?
If you're going to say something like that on an interview, don't you?
You
can't finish. You got to finish the sentence.
I mean, anywhere he goes from here on out.
Yeah. What did you say?
People are going to go.
What is it?
So come on. Why are you holding out?
Well, what is it?
Yeah. So if this is so important, tell us.
Because like a lot of people, believe in this stuff, and they say, okay, we've seen what's in the sky. We've seen Marco Rubio and congressmen like this and pilots and highly trained military
members of the military
say, yeah, there's something going on, and I don't know what it is, but it's not of this world. And so you start seeing that, and then this guy comes out, and it's like, what are they going to? Are they going to blow up the world? They're going to, because a lot of people just think they're real, and they're just observing us, and like we are ants to them.
Oh goodness,
you know what I mean? Like you and I would not go out of our.
Are they going to squish us
to look at an anthill? But
we would be like, it's an anthill.
That's
big
how
whoop.
they see us.
Okay,
and it's like, okay, now you come out with this and you say the world would go on fire if you knew what I knew, and America would go crazy if you knew what I just found out last week.
Wow.
So either this guy wants a lot of attention, or he knows something.
I don't think as a congressman, this is the way you can get attention a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
You don't need to come out and say, I was in a classified briefing.
I know.
And
and your shorts are going to get filled.
The stuff I know about UFOs
is crazy.
Wow.
I don't know, man.
We've got a check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn, Hall of Famer, is going to get you up to speed on all that. And up next, are you going to have to stop buying from Amazon? I know it's like a dirty word to people. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, you know what I love about this time of year, right? The weather finally cooperates. And the weather finally cooperating means one thing for you. You can now get your home painted. Let's talk about the exterior of your house. Here's your homework assignment over the weekend. Drag your hand over the outside of your home. All right? If some of that paint comes off on your hand, it is time to get the home painted, okay? There's no doubt about it. And really, not only is it because of curb appeal, you want your house to look great and not faded and tired, but if that paint is coming off on your hand, you have something that's called chalking, and your house isn't protected properly. So what the Arizona Painting Company can do is they can protect your home from the sun damage, the heat, and the wear, and they can do this before the summer hits hard. Remember all the elements: the dry, hot air, the monsoon, the 115. To unlock a big discount from the Arizona Painting Company, text the word paint right now to 620-620. Text paint to 620-620. Get that massive discount. Tell them Gato sent you. It's the Arizona Painting Company.
I didn't switch to Pure Talk just because I wanted to save 50% off the same 5G service I'd been paying twice as much for. I switched because I like the idea of being in business with a wireless company that supports our veterans in a meaningful way. Pure Talk also creates American jobs every day by keeping their entire operation in this country. I appreciate that. If you feel the same, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Shop the nation's top brand AC units at prices far below retail at discountacunits.com, where savings is in the name. Save thousands on average at discountacunits.com. All backed by trusted and professional installation you can count on. Why pay more? Upgrade your comfort and keep more cash in your pocket. Visit discountacunits.com today.
Discountacunits.com. Trusted brands with the price that's same. Discount AC Units. Savings is in the name.
QC Kinetics provided amazing pain relief for a former professional baseball player, and you have access to the same life-changing treatments as retired pitcher Jose Alvarez.
I put a lot of stress and strain and work on my right arm, but my right elbow took most of the damage with 3 surgeries.
Arthritis developed, and the pain was unbearable.
It wasn't just pain when I was trying to play sports. It was anytime I was moving the right elbow. It was pretty excruciating at times.
That's when Jose discovered QC Kinetics and the regenerative treatments that help the body heal itself, restoring damaged tissue and providing relief with no surgery or downtime. Jose's message to the medical professionals at QC Kinetics:
my elbow is feeling outstanding. Where were you 10 years ago, for crying out loud?
QC Kinetics is right here. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
LaDonna here. Imagine you find your dream home and then you move in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no weird coordinating. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Iran shot down 2 U.S. military planes, an F-15 and an A-10, in 2 separate incidents today. One of the 2 F-15 crew members has been rescued. A search ongoing for the second. Adam Weinstein is deputy director of the Middle East program at the Quincy Institute on the significance of this development.
The downing of 2 aircraft has shown that, look, our U.S. military is not invincible over Iranian skies, and this war does have costs for the United States.
Iran is offering a bounty for the crew member. The A-10 crew member was safely rescued.
Arizona votes.
Arizona joined a coalition of 23 states suing President Trump, challenging his attempt to create a national list of eligible U.S. voters. This order also prevents the U.S. Post Office from sending vote-by-mail ballots to anyone not on the list.
We are fighting to make sure that the United States Postal Service has the resources just to do its current job, including 6-day mailing in the United States of America.
Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking the agency not to enforce what he says is an unconstitutional order.
It's a lot of fun to be down here. The Final Four atmosphere is really special.
It's been a busy day for Valley and visiting basketball fans as the festivities for the NCAA Women's Final Four is in full swing. KTAR's Ballard Overstoles is live now in downtown Phoenix to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, there is plenty to do downtown this weekend during the Women's Final Four Championship. However, right now, South Carolina and UConn are facing off at Mortgage Matchup Center for the national semifinals, and that's where all the action is happening now. But throughout today and again tomorrow and Sunday, fans were shooting hoops and learning about the history of Women's Final Four at the free Tonytown event in the Phoenix Convention Center. One woman from Seattle was there and says this is her 4th Final Four championship that she's attended.
I always felt like when I went to my first one, it was such a privilege, and to see these young fans now, I hope that they understand how cool it is that they get to do this experience.
And she also says Phoenix has been an excellent and warm host for the game. Again, the festivities continue tomorrow, so come on down to Phoenix Convention Center and enjoy the basketball fervor for free. Live in downtown Phoenix, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
It's an Arizona story. Tommy Lloyd and the Arizona Wildcats are headed to the Final Four.
The semifinal matchup between the University of Arizona and Michigan may as well be the championship game, according to Arizona sports host Vince Marotta of the Bickley and Marotta Show. He tells Arizona's Morning News they're the 2 strongest teams, but he gives the slight edge to U of A.
Arizona has had advantages over basically every team they've had personnel-wise and scheme-wise. Michigan has had that same similarity. They have a lot of size. Might come down to guard play, and I think Arizona's got the better guards.
Tip-off scheduled for about 10 minutes before 6 p.m. tomorrow night on TBS and TNT.
I'm happy to announce I'm staying at Arizona.
And University of Arizona Wildcats can breathe a sigh of relief, not over the Final Four, but because their head men's basketball coach has agreed to a new 5-year contract.
Coach Tommy Lloyd made the announcement at a Final Four press conference following interest from the University of North Carolina.
You know, Arizona basketball, you guys know what it means to me. And when I say it's a special place, that always comes from the bottom of my heart.
Lloyd says he's grateful to even be considered, but wants to continue to call Arizona home.
The young kid, for me, the college basketball junkie, watching those games at home, you know, never would have thought something like that could have happened to somebody like me.
The new contract makes Lloyd one of the top 5 highest paid coaches in college basketball with an annual salary of more than $7 million. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Let's head over to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now and check on your ride home with Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp I-17 southbound near Glendale Avenue. Peoria with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound near Peoria Avenue. This report is brought to you by the Jewish Tuition Organization. Detour your taxes to education. Donate today, claim your credit, and help students thrive. Go to jewishtuition.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We are looking for a low temp tonight of 64 degrees. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and 92. And Easter Sunday, mostly sunny and right around 95. We are seeing, though, that by next weekend, we're going to be back into the 80s. It's 87 right now in Laveen. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour of the week.
No, a lot of people will tell you final hour of the week is the best of the hours.
Coming up this hour, Geraldo Rivera. So earlier today, we spoke to the most famous U of A alum.
Yeah.
As the Wildcats head into the Final Four this weekend.
Playing tomorrow night.
And so we'll talk a little basketball with Geraldo, who graduated from the U of A. And we'll talk about Iran. And it's a pretty interesting conversation.
That it is.
Stand by.
I don't believe that the events of today are going to help not only wind the war down, but bring the cost of anything down, including oil or gas. And that is a problem, as we are seeing now the real world effects of gasoline, and maybe more specifically, Gatos, diesel. Diesel fuel and being through the roof. It's over $6 here.
Yeah,
it's
so AAA
miserable.
Arizona diesel average $6.10. If you go to Maricopa County, we're averaging $5 a gallon for the regular stuff.
Yeah.
And it should get worse. I think it'll continue to go. Well, don't you think it'll continue to go up? Do you think it's plateaued? No, I don't think so either. But there's a lot of other things that now you're going to have to pay like a war tax for.
We've talked about the fact that almost everything that you come in contact with, anything you buy, anything that's delivered, anything you get in a store, probably got there from a diesel truck or a diesel-powered train.
I get that. But don't touch my Amazon.
Oh, I hate that. I got bad news for you.
I know.
Yeah. Amazon
Don't touch my Amazon.
Should I not tell you then? Would you feel better if I don't say it out loud?
No, just say it.
Amazon is applying a surcharge, 3.5% fuel and logistics surcharge on all third-party sellers that sell on Amazon because of a spike in fuel prices.
Yep, the war has hit your Amazon package.
So if you're getting things direct from Amazon, you won't pay that. But if you're getting it from any of their third party, which is a lot of stuff on there, you will be paying a 3.5% war tax.
Oh, gosh.
Right? I mean, what else is it?
I think it's a war tax.
Yeah.
And a lot of these companies didn't want to do that.
Well, I mean, they held off for a month.
Right. All last year, companies didn't want to, trickle down the tariffs.
Yeah.
But some had to. And if you look at your wallet, it's $1,000 lighter because of Trump's tariffs last year. And now we've got this. I can't say it enough. For a guy who wanted to come in and lower prices, he's done the exact opposite. And there isn't an argument. There's not a single argument.
Yeah.
Everything is more expensive. Everything.
It is certainly becoming a bit of a challenge, is a nice way to put it. But Amazon's hardly alone. And you got to believe that if Amazon does something like that,
it makes it okay for other companies.
100%. They're like, hey, if Amazon's doing it, why are we leaving 3.5% on the table?
All right, how about this? The war in Iran.
Mm-hmm.
United Airlines is raising its baggage fees for first and second check.
Your first and second bag. Okay.
Right. So United raised the price by $10.
Yeah. $10.
Yeah.
I think it costs $50 to check a bag now.
First checked bag is $45.
Oh, close enough. I rounded up.
So let's see. It makes the price for the first checked bag $45 for those who pay ahead of time. Now it's $50 for travelers who check their bag within 24 hours of the price.
That's everybody else.
Right. The price for the second checked bag also gets bumped up to $55 for those who pay in advance.
No
and
one's going to
$60.
check a bag. People can't.
No.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You're going to see people trying to stuff in the overhead bin like you have never seen that in your life.
I'm going to do that.
As opposed to
and
paying
we don't have an airline
$50+.
And we don't have an airline anymore that, your bags fly for free.
Yeah.
That is done at Southwest.
JetBlue also did this. They upped their baggage fee to pay for rising fuel costs. And again, just like we saw with Amazon, you got to believe Southwest, American, Delta are looking at this going, I think we ought to raise our price of our baggage fees also.
Yeah. Prices are going up across the board on just about everything. And it's weird because last year, we talked about how coffee was like.
Well, that was because of a tariff.
But I'm talking prices.
A random tariff, yeah.
Right. Talking prices.
Yeah.
We talked about beef prices. We've talked about all that kind of stuff. And last year, it was like if you looked at the percentage of what you were buying at the grocery store, it just kept going up and up and up. And you're thinking, all right, maybe this tariff thing will get struck down. They won't have to worry about it. But, now we're at war in Iran, and your Amazon package, there's going to be a war tax. Your bag fees at the airport are going up. And by the way, so is your ticket.
Yeah.
Because fuel prices are going to go up.
No doubt. Now, they're trying to avoid tacking it immediately onto the ticket price because they know most people just search by ticket price. So they're going to wait until you buy the ticket, and then when you go to check your bag,
maybe.
We got you at the airport. What are you going to do? What are you going to do now?
Yeah.
You're just going to pay it.
Right.
You don't have a choice.
What are you seeing with grocery store shock?
So, a nice way to put it would be, if you thought grocery prices were high before,
we've done this for years.
Hold on to your knickers. The war in Iran, and specifically fuel and fertilizer.
Okay.
So we have an increase in fuel price. Remember, we don't have an issue with oil. We have a lot of oil. We control the amount of oil that we produce. We cannot control the price of that oil. That is set on a global scale. We do not have fertilizer. That comes out of the Strait of Hormuz, a huge percentage of it. And so it's just flat not coming out.
Yeah.
And so you've got farmers looking to plant who don't have fertilizer to plant. That's going to have a ripple effect if those crops don't get in the ground in a timely manner. The stuff that you're going to see in stores, again, getting back to kind of the Amazon thing, almost everything in a grocery store was impacted by a internal combustion engine, either gas or diesel. It was either harvested. I mean, think about tractors in the field, combine harvesters, whatever you're going to get, they're running on diesel. And then you're talking about everything being moved around by 18-wheelers or delivery trucks. And the price of this is getting passed on to us because these companies say we can't eat. I mean, we saw diesel in Arizona up $1.70 in the last month or something.
Yeah.
You can't budget for that.
No. I'm keeping score on a lot of things.
Oh, boy.
The Dow. Remember, the war started February 28th. Dow is 49,000. Today, it's 45.5. Lost a lot. Let me give you one small bright spot.
There's a bright spot?
The Dow was, I think, in positive territory this week.
Okay.
All right, so that's not awful.
But it had taken some pretty big hits. Is that
you go
part
from
of the
49
reason?
to 45, you're getting crushed.
You would hope that they can go up a little, yes.
Yeah. Trump's war in Iran is costing the U.S. economy 10,000 jobs a month, says Goldman Sachs. I'll give you a small bright spot. Good jobs report.
Okay.
Today's the first Friday of the month. The jobs report was better than we thought. That's a small bright spot. But if you look at gold prices, they've plunged 13% since the war. You have Wall Street, U.S. officials and analysts. They're preparing for $200 a barrel for oil.
Crazy.
200. They're preparing for that.
Well, Brent crude was up. Was that on your list? I'm sorry. Was I jumping ahead?
No.
Yeah. The benchmark kind of barrel of oil, Brent crude, reached a new high.
Yeah.
And again, I just say what we've seen here today doesn't lead you to think, oh, this thing's going to be over tomorrow, right?
No. I can't get a feel for what they're going to do.
Who's they?
The government.
How we're going to respond to this.
I still think they're putting troops on the ground.
Okay.
To go and find the uranium because they don't want to go back and they're already in way over their head. But the other thing is they could just stop bombing and leave it a mess. and then just see how it goes.
Oof.
But, I mean, today, I think the one thing we didn't want to see happen today has happened. We've got a United States soldier on the ground in Iran after their plane went down.
Yeah.
And we don't know where they are. And it is one of the scariest things that you could imagine. If they capture him, this is a disaster, not only for him and his family, but for the country.
Yeah.
Because Iran will use that.
Propaganda.
Oh, my gosh. And it's the last thing that you want to see.
Let's talk more about that and give you the latest on the multiple aircraft that were shot down. More aircraft damaged.
Aircraft.
Yeah. Excuse me, American.
Right.
And service members wounded today. We'll give you the latest on that. It's up next, right after Becky Lynn gets you up to speed with all the top stories.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-800-0100. That's 480-800-0100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News Flash.
5:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Iran today shot down 2 U.S. fighter jets, including an F-15. Both crew members ejecting, but only one rescued so far. Here's more now from ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang.
With the sensitive search and rescue operation underway, President Trump's national security team huddling at the White House, according to a senior administration official, briefing the president throughout the day after the shoot down of U.S. fighter jets. In a phone call with The Independent, Trump declined to comment on what he would do if that missing pilot is harmed, saying only, "We hope that's not going to happen."
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check the road ahead as you get home tonight. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. I-17 southbound near Glendale Avenue. A look into our surface streets. Tempe with a vehicle fire on Broadway Road and Priest Drive. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Explore a variety of Beatitudes Campus's residents and enjoy a taste of our dining on Tuesday morning, April 21st. Just text RSVP to 620-620. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. And now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, quick shout out to Peoria and everyone listening in Peoria, all the Peorites. Thank you guys so much. Peoria, there's your city. Shout out. A bad day over the air, over the skies of Iran as 2 U.S. fighter jets were shot down. Okay, I'm being nice, calling an A-10 a jet, fighter jet. And a Black Hawk helicopter was damaged but managed to land safely. All in a search for a missing airman somewhere in Iran right now.
Oh, my gosh. What a nightmare. So we were joined earlier today by Major General Mick McGuire.
Air Force General, yeah.
We asked him, what happens if this American gets captured inside of Iran? This is what the general told us.
They will use him as a propaganda. He'll be on TV around the world talking about how the Iranians have struck back at the mighty Americans and they need to surrender immediately and give up the fight. It is always that way. It's been that way. It was that way in the first Gulf War when I was over there. As the first guys that were captured, I told you I was on the mission where the first 2 guys became prisoners of war.
Oh.
You remember
Black Hawk Down?
Yeah, Black Hawk Down, and you remember obviously all the way back to the Jane Fonda incident in Vietnam. So
Senator McCain was used for propaganda.
Senator McCain was a prisoner of war. So yeah, we do. That's part of the survival, evasion, resistance is that phase where if you're captured, then you'll,
Name, rank, and serial number.
That's right. Name,
That's
rank,
all you
and
say?
serial number. That's all you say.
And if they give you something to read, you don't read it. Unless they are.
Yeah, I mean,
kill
you try not to, but
Right.
you might. If you see something on TV and he seems to be mispronouncing words or whatever, you should be paying close attention.
Yeah, or do the little hand signals or something,
If you go, man, this Air Force pilot really sucks at reading.
Yeah,
there's a reason.
Under duress. Under duress.
So that's Major General Mick McGuire. I mean, like, you see it in your mind's eye, right? You see, if they captured this person, they're going to show you a picture of him in a room with a black bag over his head, sitting on a chair with his arms or her arms behind them. And they're going to read from something. And this is what we're dealing with right now.
I alluded to something, and I didn't know the details, and I wanted to do it. In 1966... the North Vietnamese trotted out U.S. Navy Commander Denton, who had been shot down, and forced him to read some sort of a propaganda thing, right? And he was, being there. And he used Morse code with blinking on his eyes, and his Morse code was torture. So people have been forced to read things before, but also used it in a way to signal in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, there's a bounty on this American's head.
$60,000 is what I saw. They're broadcasting it on television. It is concerning to me that we don't have more information.
Yeah, it happened earlier today, and it's been hours, and one of two crew members rescued, but the search is ongoing. And you've got to, I mean, I don't know what's happening, but do we have other soldiers on the ground looking at this point? I don't think we know that. Are we waiting to find out where this soldier is?
We should know. Yeah, we have to know within a certain area. And again, ejecting from an aircraft is violent. It is not safe. Especially if you were in an aircraft that was hit and is going down, is on fire, is coming apart, and you're ejecting. I mean, we can only wish for the best, but this is a serious and dangerous situation if you're punching out of an F-15.
I think that we're gonna sweat this out this weekend to try and see if we can save this person.
Yeah.
Because there's nowhere for them to go. There's not going to be anybody friendly in Iran.
No,
that is going to help.
Also, and not to brush over it, an A-10, which we believe was in the area attempting to provide cover and or looking for the downed airman, was struck. The pilot managed to get the A-10 over the Strait of Hormuz, over the water, before he or she bailed out. And so we lost an A-10 that was trying to help, and a helicopter, a Black Hawk, was struck by ground fire after it rescued the pilot and managed to land safely in Iraq, but had multiple wounded on board. That's today. Yeah, watch the rest of the weekend. The U of A's most famous alum, Geraldo Rivera, joins us to preview the NCAA Men's Final Four next on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
For the first time since 1972, a manned NASA mission to the moon is underway.
You know, we call amazing things that humans do moonshots for a reason, because it's brought us together and showed us what we can do when we not just putting our differences aside, when we bring our differences together and use all the strengths to accomplish something great.
We're covering this historic journey into space on the KTAR YouTube channel, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
All right. Did you get your taxes done? Did you get a tax return? Did you get some money back from the government? Well, a lot of you could use that money and purchase a house. So let me explain. The Lund Mortgage team, by the way, they will take your phone call, explain it to you better than I will, but 623-875-9940. The Lund Mortgage team wants you to know you can take that tax return and you can put it for a down payment on a house. And you're saying, well, it's not going to be that much money. Well, you don't have to put 20% down. How about 3%? How about 3%? Can you take some of your tax return money, put it with a little money maybe you've been stocking away, and then there you go. There's your down payment for a home. A lot of homes have been on the market for a while, And homeowners are starting to say, we're going to lower our price. That's good for you. So if you get off the fence, you call the Lund Mortgage team, you at least, will know where you stand. 623-875-9940. You want to get out of that rental? You don't want to, be renting somebody else's home. You want your own house. And now is a time that you can do it. 623-875-9940. Lund Mortgage, over 30 years in business. They will help you. LundMortgage.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, Dave Ramsey here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient Solar Zone sun shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar-for-dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Mike Broomhead.
I would just say to all of my Republican friends that are running for office or involved in campaigns, this is what we should be watching. This is what we should be doing. These are the issues we should be talking about and leading the charge. When Governor Hobbs is open to suspending the gas tax and Senator Gallego is leading the charge on EPA waivers, the world's upside down.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan
Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The war in Iran getting more intense with both sides ramping up attacks on key infrastructure, including civilian sites. Details now from ABC's Britt Clinton in Jerusalem.
Iran saying U.S.-Israeli airstrikes ripped through a prominent university in Tehran, video showing flames still burning inside, and extensive damage to Iran's 100-year-old medical research center. The Director General of the WHO saying that since the start of the war, the WHO has verified more than 20 attacks on healthcare in Iran, resulting in at least 9 deaths. Meanwhile, Iran's forces not letting up, striking a desalination plant and oil refinery in Kuwait.
And 2 U.S. military jets went down in the Middle East today. The U.S. confirming an F-15 was shot down by Iranian forces. The Iranians claiming an A-10 was also hit by their fire. Retired Air Force Major General Mick McGuire tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the Iranians will look to take advantage of this situation.
Huge political value. You know, if you think about the broader political implications, I think I looked this morning, it's over a dozen, maybe up to 16 now lost drone systems, Predators and Reapers in theater, but not one of them as a pilot.
2 of the 3 aviators in the crashed jets have been recovered. A search continues in Iran for the third.
Arizona votes.
It is blatantly unconstitutional. The executive order.
3 Democratic Congress members representing Arizona have sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking that it not enforce President Trump's executive order that looks to federalize elections. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live now in the news center to explain.
Arizona U.S. Reps Yasmin Ansari, Adelita Grijalva, and Greg Stanton are on the letter. Stanton tells KTAR it clearly says in the Constitution that states run elections, adding Arizona's elections have been and continue to be secure.
He has caused so many people to lose confidence in American elections. It's very sad what this president has done to force people who are allies of him to go along with this big lie. It needs to stop.
Meantime, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays and Secretary of State Adrian Fontes have also sued the Trump administration over the executive order. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
It's a source for a fire that you might not think about. Your AC unit.
Many of you are turning on your air conditioning for the first time this year, but Sean Gelliland from Rural Metro Fire says you should have your unit inspected for hidden dangers.
Things like pack rats that'll get in there and chew on the wires or make a little nest in there since it hasn't been used all winter.
He also says debris buildup inside the unit can be another cause of fires.
There are things within the attic, air handlers and so forth, that could be serviced as well to make sure they're operating properly.
Gilliland says half of the fires start in window and portable AC units, but even roof-mounted units can be a hazard. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
With a check on traffic now, let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near Greenway Road. Scottsdale with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near McDowell Road. And a look into our surface streets. Tempe with a crash on Baseline Road and Priest Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, our low right around 64. And then for Saturday, mostly sunny and 92. Easter Sunday, mostly sunny and 95. Right now, it's 85 in Peoria. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
From all of us here at the Mike Broomhead Show, hope you have a great Easter weekend. We're back on Monday morning with all the big topics of the economy and, of course, what's going on in the Middle East. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
It was a big day, especially for Gatos, as Geraldo Rivera.
Oh, my gosh.
Possibly the University of Arizona's most famous alumni, although we did come up with a pretty solid list of famous alum. Yeah. Joined us a little bit earlier. We kind of, I'm not going to say we conned him, but we told him we wanted to talk about U of A.
Well, here's the deal. We did talk about U of A and the big Final Four, and hopefully a final appearance next week. But we also talked about Iran.
Yeah, we figured you're here.
Let's call him up.
Let's have a conversation.
So we sent Geraldo a note. Can you join us? We want to talk hoops. We want to talk a little Iran. His note back to us. You ready?
Yep.
Bear down.
Bear down. That's a yes.
All right. Here's a little bit of our conversation with the one and the only Geraldo Rivera. Our next guest, Geraldo Rivera.
Hey!
How you doing?
Geraldo, how are you?
I'm wearing my red and blue.
Yeah, bear down, sir.
I love it.
Bear down.
Are you the most famous U of A alum, in your opinion?
In your opinion.
I don't know if I make that mark. I was very proud to play lacrosse, varsity lacrosse. I got to get my A jacket. I would have worn it if I had it.
Oh.
We played years ago. I graduated in '65.
Okay. I missed you by just a few years, sir. I missed you by a couple there.
Few years ago.
Few years I missed you.
But I lived through the Lute Olson era when Arizona was a dominant team, and then kind of in the 2000s, it kind of disappeared. And I was a war correspondent all that decade, so I didn't pay much attention to.
You had a good excuse. Yeah, you had a good excuse,
right? But I'm extremely excited.
Yeah.
Now. I love. It's Arizona's time. They got a great team.
I agree.
Tommy Lloyd, I heard your newscaster say he was in for a big payday.
He's re-signing.
He deserves it. I'm glad they're keeping him because I think that this team, Arizona, has, all these freshmen, they could be around for a while.
Yeah.
Geraldo, when you were at the U of A, was it big to hate ASU? Didn't like ASU still, right? That was back then?
ASU.
ASU.
I don't mean that personally. I actually got married once in Scottsdale. So it's nothing personal. But ASU and U of A, in my day anyway, there was all kinds of pranks.
My dad went to the U of A a similar time that you did. I remember him telling me he still hated Phoenix for stealing the state capitol from Tucson, and ASU was just icing on the cake after that.
We loved Tucson and went back and forth many times over the years. Erica and I were the grand marshals of the parade one year.
I remember that.
We helped established that park by Fraternity Road.
Yes, sir.
I love my time at the U of A, and an important place to me. I was there when Kennedy got assassinated, and in the student union.
Oh, goodness!
Seeing that play out on the screen and the TV and the student union. There's a lot of growing up I did at U of A.
Arizona's most famous alum, Geraldo Rivera, is joining us. The Wildcats will take on Michigan in Final Four over the weekend. Geraldo, here, I say this. Here's what I like about you, and what I've always liked about you. I really do think you're fair. In terms of Iran, and I was wondering what you thought of the president's speech over, just a few days ago. Did he miss the mark? Because there was really, for me, nothing about the economic pain that the war has caused the American people. What did you think?
Well, first of all, I love the guy. I've known him forever. He's very gracious, always to me, very helpful. We did Celebrity Apprentice together. We hung out together years ago, and so nice to my family, always accessible. The speech, though, was lame. I thought it was stale. I don't think that it was poorly delivered. He seemed to be losing his place on teleprompter. It was kind of sad. Everything he had said in Truth Social posts, or it didn't resonate sincere on the sincerity meter. I thought it was bad. I think that we're in for the one rule I have, having covered, being a war correspondent all these years.
Yeah.
My first war in that region was 1973, so I've had generations of experience there. My rule is, if you think the news is bad now, it's going to get worse. And I think that's been coming true so far as this thing escalates into a major regional conflict. And the fact that Iran has managed to fire a ballistic missile to Diego Garcia, the base on Diego Garcia.
Out in the middle of the Indian Ocean, right? Yeah.
Is everyone should be shuddering when thinking of these creepy people having an intercontinental ballistic missile that, as of right now, can reach any place in Europe. And once you get that technology, it's only a question of going a bit higher, and it could reach all the way to the east coast of the U.S. It's very unnerving. I wish the president was more. I don't know why the hell he picked this particular fight. Remember, he did last year. The B-2 bombers obliterated the nuclear sites, and then in Venezuela they snatched Maduro, the president, flawlessly. Not a single American was killed in that operation. He was on a roll. I thought that the president was going to take on Cuba next. He was right in the region. He had this doctrine, the Monroe Doctrine that we all learned about. He had the Donroe Doctrine. So no enemies of America in this hemisphere won't be permitted. So I thought he was going to Cuba. Instead, he jumps all the way 7,000 miles away to have another war with Iran. We need that like a hole in the head, but we got to pursue it now. I think there's no alternative to having this thing finish well. You can't now pretend. They say, I think it was General Colin Powell, chairman of Joint Chiefs, Secretary of State. He said about Iraq years and years ago, if you break it, you own it. And I think that Iran is broken now.
And that is a piece of our interview with Geraldo Rivera from a little earlier. We'd had some fun talking U of A hoops in the Final Four. And then we got into Iran and the president, which, I want to know what Geraldo thinks about that. And I think the next question that I asked was, well, what do we do now? Because I think Trump is stuck. I don't know what else they really want to do. It looks like we're going, like right now, uranium, still there. Regime, just different people.
Yeah,
still
same
there.
regime, yeah.
Yeah. Strait of Hormuz, worse than when we started.
Yeah, that's fair.
Gas prices, everything else.
Well, and we lost 2 aircraft today and are missing a pilot. I mean, it's getting worse, not better. And I'm not happy about that. I'm genuinely concerned about airmen being shot down over Iran.
I mean, everyone's rooting for the United States to get this war on track. I think that some people are watching it and they're saying, oh, well, militarily, we're doing great. Iran's not doing that bad militarily either. I mean, we said that we've wiped them out. It doesn't sound like we wiped them out today. Well, we control the air. Doesn't sound like we control the air today.
I think one of the problems, and I think is the way that Trump and Kegseth talk about it, is they make it sound like Iran are a bunch of idiots out there standing. And guess what? Whether you like Iran or not,
they're not idiots.
They're a formidable military force.
Right.
No one can stand up to the United States military, full stop. But they have capabilities, and they showed that today.
Yeah, and they have the best weapon in the Strait of Hormuz. They're holding the entire world hostage.
Which is basically the threat. The best weapon they have is
a threat.
A threat of harming ships as they go through.
Yep.
Which to me makes it think is you need a political solution, not a military one.
I don't think we had any solutions going into this. I thought I don't think that we thought this through from the very beginning at all. I just don't, and I never did. And that's exactly what this looks like. I mean, you kind of win the war for the first couple of days because
we do that every time.
So good.
Yeah, we did that in Iraq.
We wiped out some really bad people.
We did in Afghanistan.
That's good.
Yeah.
Where do you go after that? It's the first thing I said that week.
Now
Where do
what?
you go after it? And it hasn't been good since.
Yeah. Checking the headlines are on the way. We'll make sure Becky Lynn gets to the bottom of everything you need to know about. And then coming up on the other side, if your Uber driver is using the self-driving Tesla feature, the AI, do you still have to tip the driver? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Arizona could see a new gasoline blend at gas stations after an emergency order from the EPA. It approves E15 gas to go to stations, which is a higher ethanol blend. It's pitched to lower the cost per gallon to customers. However, it burns hotter, so you might have to fill up more.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, it's LaDonna, and if you've ever had to try to coordinate selling a house and buying a house and moving out of a house and moving into a house, then you know it's a nightmare. It can be an absolute nightmare. Well, imagine if you found your dream home and you moved in right away and you didn't have to wait. You didn't have to sell your old place first. You can do that with Orchard. Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Let's say it needs some work. Well, maybe you need to get some cash so you can get that work done. The Orchard experts have this in hand. They're going to handle the repairs on your old home, so you're attracting the right buyers. You're getting the right people in. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to list and sell your home for top dollar. And this just gives you breathing room, man. Find out what your home is worth. Go to Orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV. But if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
KTAR News Flash.
546, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. All throughout today and the rest of the weekend, you can find plenty of free events to take part in for the Final Four craze going on in downtown Phoenix. The NCAA Women's Championship is tomorrow, bringing in basketball fans like James from Lake Havasu City.
First time for me actually going out, experience the Final Four for the first time. I'm excited to see what other, venues and other activities are going to be really fun for me.
You can go to Town for free at the Phoenix Convention Center over the weekend, plus other events all throughout downtown Phoenix. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now. We've got Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound near Greenway Road. Scottsdale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Pima Freeway, southbound near McDowell Road. And a look into our surface streets. Tempe with a crash on Baseline Road and Priest Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead, and the people at Tombstone Tactical have another great event for you right around the corner, April 3rd and 4th. All Smith & Wesson firearms and accessories on sale. All Trijicon optics on sale. Enter to win a Smith & Wesson firearm paired with a Trijicon optic. There are going to be factory reps from both Smith & Wesson and Trijicon at the event. Get your questions answered. They are located on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Peoria and Dunlap, or you can find them online right now at tombstonetactical.com.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family know what to do, where to go, who to call, or what you wanted? If you hesitated, even for a moment, that's exactly why we created our legacy planning checklist. It's free, it's simple, and it walks you through everything that your family would need before they even have to ask. From legal documents to personal wishes. It helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Joe Huizenga here. With temperatures rising, Salt River season ramps up. That means rescuers are going to be busy, and we're going to have tips to keep you safe if you go tubing or paddleboarding down the river. That's tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
The search for a missing American airman. We do not know if it is a man or a woman. We believe it to be the weapons officer, the backseater of the F-15 that was shot down earlier today over Iran by hostile fire. It continues, and there has been little to no news while we know a major rescue effort is underway, a search and rescue effort. We spoke earlier today. If you missed any of it, you can go back and watch it on the KTAR YouTube channel with a couple different experts, both of them Air Force, one of them an A-10 pilot, who talked about what it's like to be on the ground and what your job is.
Yeah, your job is to hide. Your job is to take a firearm if you have it, and most likely they do, whatever water that you have, and you've got to find a place to hide. It's the first thing that you do. You get, because, Iran probably knows the vicinity of where this American is. We probably know the vicinity of where this American is, but the American's job is to hide immediately. And, you have to ask the question, if they're injured, a lot tougher to hide.
Yeah,
if you eject from a jet, it's violent. You could break your neck. You could break a
limb, an ankle. Yeah,
you can get knocked out.
Yep.
And so we don't know where this person is. We
no
just
idea.
know that they're in enemy territory, and it's the worst place that they could possibly be in the world right now.
Can I tell you something that I've been thinking about since this? We were told
this morning,
since the word of this being shot down, that we had total control over the air. We could do whatever we want. Is it possible? I do not. We're going to find out one way or the other. Is it possible that either China or Russia is supplying Iran with shoulder-mounted, heat-seeking surface-to-air missiles or whatnot as a way to fight a proxy war against the U.S.? I will say it like this. Mm-hmm. There's a great movie about it called Charlie Wilson's War. We gave the Mujahideen in Afghanistan shoulder-launched anti-aircraft missiles to fight against the Russians. We did it kind of under the, we didn't really make a big deal out of it. We just kind of smuggled all that stuff in. And they devastated Russian helicopters, killed thousands of Russian pilots and knocked down hundreds of helicopters. You don't think Russia would give Iran stuff and go, hey, go ahead and shoot down some American stuff. Be our guest.
There's no doubt. Russia has given intelligence to Iran.
Yep.
And they have attacked our troops with that intelligence.
Yeah,
so,
in Saudi Arabia,
right.
The base that was struck, the satellite imagery came from Russia. Iran doesn't have satellites.
It's not a typical world war, but I do think it is looking like World War III.
It's becoming a proxy war.
We know who's on whose side.
Yeah.
We know that it's Iran and Russia and China. Do you put North Korea in there? Can they do anything or not?
Yeah,
really?
I mean they have technology and they're involved. Right. I'm sure in
then
some way.
Us and Israel, and is anybody else on our side?
Right, and all the nations that don't like the United States are going to try to help Iran in some way, shape, or form as a way to get back at the U.S.
Yeah. It's a mess.
It benefits them. I mean, listen, China and Russia, they're going to do what's in their best national interest.
Right.
A weaker U.S. is in their best national interest.
Yeah.
And Russia doesn't like being shown up in Ukraine. If they can inflict some pain in Iran, they'll take it.
Yeah, but Trump let the Russian oil tankers go, then let the Iranian tanker go.
Oh, yeah, they've made billions
on it.
in revenue off of that by removing the restrictions.
I think this is a tough weekend, a very holy weekend. You have Easter coming up. Today's Good Friday. I think we're all going to be very worried about a soldier that is on the ground in Iran, and we do not know where he or she, an American, is.
And
right
we're going
now.
to be, I think everyone's going to be glued to this all weekend long,
so.
hoping for some good news. Thank you guys so much for spending time with us. We appreciate it. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got our DJ over there. Look at all the Oxenfree. Also, First Lady of Outspoken, our producer, Miss Jules. Thank you so much. Great job on Geraldo today. The Hall of Famer. It's Becky Lynn with all your news and information and getting you home with the traffic. That's our buddy Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Arizona's Evening News coming up next. Happy Easter, everybody. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples. That was easy.
Shop the nation's top brand AC units at prices far below retail at discountacunits.com, where savings is in the name. Save thousands on average at discountacunits.com. All backed by trusted and professional installation you can count on. Why pay more? Upgrade your comfort and keep more cash in your pocket. Visit discountacunits.com today.
Discountacunits.com. Trusted brands with the price that's same. Discount AC Units. Savings is in the name.
Yeah! Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Best medical decision I've made in 20 years was going to K2 Vision RLE for refractive lens exchange. It was a great procedure. I am so happy with the results for the first time in almost 20 years. I am reading without readers. And the best part about this is I will never develop a cataract. Find out if this is for you. Make a consultation appointment at K2VisionRLE.com. It's going to change your life. Do it now. K2VisionRLE.com.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 480-800-0100. That's 480-800-0100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Do you know where you'll get your next meal? What about where you'll sleep tonight? Facing a health crisis? Where would you turn for help? So many people cannot answer these basic questions, and that's why we're here to help. Circle the City provides healthcare to all individuals facing homelessness in Maricopa County. You can support us with a charitable tax credit donation and make a difference today. Learn more at circlethecity.org. That's circlethecity.org.
Lights, camera, Allegro. Hi, I'm Jamie West. Friday, April 17th at 6:30, Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix presents an evening of cinematic magic with the Allegro String Quartet. Hear your favorite movie hits, from nostalgic classics to thrilling sci-fi blockbusters. It's free, so text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve.
Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Friday evening. You made it. It's 6 o'clock, and I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight, one retired Air Force Major General gives some insight into the 2 U.S. planes that went down in Iran today. Plus, U of A gets a win before their Final Four game. We're going to have that and more coming up. But right now, I know you want to get home because it's a holiday weekend. Let's go to the roads. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound near Greenway Road. Scottsdale with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, loop on 1, Pima Freeway southbound near McDowell Road. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on Thomas Road near the I-17, and Tempe with a crash on Baseline Road in Priest Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Thank you, Enrique. Tonight's low, 63 degrees and partly cloudy skies. This weekend, mostly sunny and a high of 90 on Saturday. Sunny with a high near 95, so a little toastier on Sunday. Right now in Mesa, it's 84 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
A search continues in Iran for a missing U.S. aviator who was aboard an F-15 shot down by Iranian forces earlier today. Retired Air Force Major General Mick McGuire tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this aviator will become a propaganda tool if the Iranians find him first.
He'll be on TV around the world talking about how the Iranians have struck back at the mighty Americans and they need to surrender immediately and give up the fight.
A second aviator was recovered, as was another who was aboard an A-10 that went down over the Persian Gulf a short time later. Iran also claims to have shot down that jet.
Arizona votes.
Arizona joined a coalition of 23 states suing President Trump, challenging his attempt to create a national list of eligible U.S. voters. Now, this order would also prevent the U.S. Post Office from sending vote-by-mail ballots to anyone not on the list.
We are fighting to make sure that the United States Postal Service has the resources just to do its current job, including 6-day mailing in the United States of America.
Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking the agency not to enforce what he says is an unconstitutional order.
I'm happy to announce I'm staying at Arizona.
University of Arizona Wildcats can breathe a sigh of relief. Not over the Final Four, but because their head men's basketball coach has agreed to a new 5-year contract.
Coach Tommy Lloyd made the announcement at a Final Four press conference following interest from the University of North Carolina.
You know, Arizona basketball, you guys know what it means to me. And when I say it's a special place, that always comes from the bottom of my heart.
Lloyd says he's grateful to even be considered, but wants to continue to call Arizona home.
The young kid, for me, the college basketball junkie, watching those games at home, you know, never would have thought something like that could have happened to somebody like me.
The new contract makes Lloyd one of the top 5 highest paid coaches in college basketball with an annual salary of more than $7 million. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
It's an Arizona story. Tommy Lloyd and the Arizona Wildcats are headed to the Final Four.
This has probably got something to do with that $7 million check that he's going to be getting. Whether you're a U of A fan hoping to see the Wildcats advance to the men's college basketball championship game, or an ASU fan praying for their downfall, there'll be a lot to watch when the Final Four tips off tomorrow night.
The best team in college basketball. That's what Arizona sports host Vince Marotta thinks of the U of A Wildcats. While they're poised to win it all, he tells Arizona's Morning News their toughest test will come tomorrow.
I think they're the best team
I also view, like I said about the women's tournament with South Carolina and UConn, the second semifinal game tomorrow, the Arizona-Michigan game, that is the game that will determine the champion.
If U of A can come out with a win, Murata believes there shouldn't be anything stopping them from taking home the trophy. Tip-off is scheduled about 10 minutes before 6 p.m. tomorrow night on TBS and TNT. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Today is Good Friday, which means the markets are closed. If you need more money news, though, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
It's the first time Phoenix is hosting the women's Final Four. Downtown Phoenix is packed with action over the next few days. Beyond the games, for locals to enjoy free of charge, all kinds of exciting things going on. Our reporter Balin Overstoles checked it out this afternoon. Balin, good evening. Tell us all about Tourneytown.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having me on. As always, you can see Phoenix Convention Center right behind me, and that's where Tourneytown was. I was just in there talking with fans for hours. It is a really hyped-up event inside. You can shoot hoops and win prizes, and there's also opportunities to meet women basketball greats. And overall, just a really, really excited tone inside. I was able to speak with people from all over the nation who came to the Valley for this, and, you know, people were saying Phoenix is a great city to host this. You always hear about the warmth when you ask people that question, and again, that came up a lot today. But I mean, again, just a lot of positivity. You can see behind me too now a lot of people heading out from those events. It's not just Tourneytown. There's an outdoor event here. Then they're heading down to Mortgage Matchup to catch the next game. We do have a game kicking off at 6:30 here in just a bit. And UConn versus South Carolina, I just checked, is in its last leg, the last quarter there, and it appears South Carolina is up on that game and will likely take it.
All right. Well, of course, we're going to be keeping up on that. So, Balin, did you see either the Chuck's Got Games arcade where people can win Charles Barkley or the Shaquille O'Neal hedge sculpture? Those are kind of some odd things there in Tourneytown.
You know, it was pretty crazy inside. I think I did see that. There was a sort of game. It looked pretty ridiculous where you had to dribble a ball and then a Charles Barkley went down a digital track the faster you dribbled. It was very entertaining to watch. I can only imagine that's the prize was associated with that. But there was a lot going on in there. And then also outside the convention center, just behind me too, there are outdoor events. I think they had a place where you could sit down and watch the game together too, or the games that will be occurring over the next few days. So just a lot of hype downtown Phoenix today.
And Bowen, I saw Tourneytown also has a couple panel discussions tomorrow. Former Mercury player Brittany Griner going to be down there at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And then joint appearance, former Mercury legend Diana Taurasi and her longtime friend and rival Sue Bird going to be down there at 1 o'clock as well. So indoor events from Tourneytown today ran from 9 a.m. till 4, 9 till 5 tomorrow, 9 till noon on Sunday. And then the outdoor portion, correct me if I'm wrong, Bowen, that's going to stay open as long as the games are going on both today and on Sunday. Is that right?
Yeah, as far as I understand, that is the case. And it is still open behind me. A lot of people have started to fizzle out and actually go toward the arena, but you still can go inside and enjoy some of these outdoor festivities. And then the action does continue throughout the weekend at Margaret T. Hance Park. There's going to be a concert that kicks off at 6 p.m., a free concert, also a part of all of the Final Four celebrations. So it really does just keep on coming. And there's going to be a sort of parade tomorrow right through this area as well.
So as for the games themselves, of course, which is the starring reason all of this is going on, the Final Four, women's Final Four, South Carolina and UConn, and then Texas versus UCLA tonight, I believe it's 6:30, and then the title game Sunday. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct, and we should know very shortly. We probably already do know if we look at the score, the outcome of the South Carolina versus UConn game, and then just here in a few minutes, Texas and UCLA. So tonight it's going to be very busy, and it might seem like a lull tomorrow because we don't have those scheduled games, but they are keeping the activities going, and they really want to keep the excitement high.
I've got it right here, Becky Lynn.
I was just looking myself.
South Carolina beat UConn 62-48.
Yeah.
Bit of an upset. UConn hadn't lost a game all year. They were 38-0. And South Carolina, so all 4 1 seeds in the women's tournament advanced to the Final Four, but South Carolina beat UConn. So UConn, their one and only loss all year coming in the Final Four, so they will not be advancing to the championship. So South Carolina going to go to the title too, as mentioned by Bowen, take on either UCLA or Texas here with the game coming up right about 6:30. And Bowen Overstoles live from Tourneytown. Thank you so much for checking out all the festivities down there, and we will check in with you on Monday potentially. Thank you so much, Bowen.
Thank you guys for sending me. It was a blast.
Yeah, very exciting. Lots of things going on. So Bob Dylan's coming to Phoenix. You want to be there live at Arizona Financial Theater June 23rd. You can enter right now on the contest page at KTAR.com for your shot at some free tickets. KTAR News Time now is 6:09.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Hey, it's Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizenga.
Every year we hear too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take just 2 seconds to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free YMCA swim lessons while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
The first thing I would say is stop painting and get Rhino Shield, because you're never going to have to paint again, and I truly believe that.
Well, if you like spring in Phoenix and you hate to paint, do what Scott did. He called Rhino Shield.
This house is a stucco home. We have painted this house 3 times. Stucco continued to crack, the caulking peeled.
That's because Rhino Shield's not paint, it's better.
I told my wife I want to see what it's going to cost to do it, because if we don't have to paint again, we're saving money.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
The Rhino Shield guys, they were careful with everything. When they were done, there was no damage to anything. It was something I was very impressed with.
Come on, Phoenix, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And I think the transferable warranty for 25 years is a very attractive thing, especially for a prospective buyer in the future.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime. When you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona, the qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
You know how much I love to work with companies that give back to their community. Moving Team 6, JT is here. Let's talk about Pat's Run and your connection and why you do it.
Pat's Run, I'm excited. Second year, I'm so stoked for this. It's amazing last year. We're going to bring a bunch of people out. We want people to see that.
Pat's Run, though, is not just being there for the event. You actually are raising money for the Tillman Foundation. How do you do that?
So last year, we made 500 sacrifice hats. Has the Pat Tillman Says Sacrifice, has his numbers on, and then it has our company name in the back. We sold the hats. Everything went to the Tillman Foundation.
Tell me why veterans working for Moving Team 6 is so beneficial to Moving Team 6.
They're leading by example. I have to pay it back. Let's get you a job, and then whatever your career that you're trying to do later on, we'll help you out with that, you know? So that's the big key that we like.
For your next move across town or across the country, movingteam6.com. Spell out the word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com. From all of us here at the Mike Broomhead Show, hope you have a great Easter weekend. We're back on Monday morning with all the big topics of the economy and, of course, what's going on in the Middle East. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
It's 6:13. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga here with Becky Lynn, and it's time for our city shout-out. Shout-out to our friends in Mesa. We appreciate you listening to KTAR in Mesa.
So we had an alarming incident happen today in the skies of Iran. It was happened earlier this morning. 2 U.S. fighter jets were shot down. One pilot is still unaccounted for. We're going to tell you more about all of that coming up. But right now, we're going to get a check on the road home with Enrique Garcia, who is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Baggy Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near Greenway Road. In Scottsdale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near McDowell Road. And regarding your surface streets, it's looking stellar. Nothing should be giving you any sort of issues. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Sounds just like a nice, easy drive home on a Friday.
I can't imagine anything less on this. It's a holiday Friday. It's
Friday evening, yeah. Nice, smooth drive, thanks to Enrique's report right there. Tonight's low, 63 degrees, partly cloudy skies. This weekend, mostly sunny, high near 90 Saturday, 95 on Sunday. Right now in Peoria, it's 83 degrees, and it's a perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. And, Becky Lynn, you mentioned it. Iran shot down 2 U.S. military planes, an F-15 and an A-10, in 2 separate incidents today. One of the 2 F-15 crew members has been rescued. A search is ongoing for the second. ABC News' Mike Dubusky with more.
A search is underway for the crew member of a U.S. fighter jet that was shot down in Iran today. Another person aboard that plane has been found. More from ABC's Britt Clennett in Jerusalem.
An American fighter jet, 2-seater F-15, that appears to have been shot down by Iran. That's according to our sources. One crew member was rescued, but we do not know the status of the second crew member. We know that the White House has been briefed, that President Trump has been briefed about that fighter jet being down.
2 Black Hawk helicopters involved in the search and rescue mission were also struck by incoming fire. Some of the crew aboard those helicopters were injured, but both aircraft were able to make it back to base. Also today, an American A-10 fighter plane was hit by incoming fire over Iran and crashed in Kuwait, according to a U.S. official.
Adam Weinstein is the deputy director of the Middle East program at the Quincy Institute. He has more on the significance of this development.
If one of these pilots is indeed captured by the Iranian military, that would create a political crisis for the Trump administration.
Weinstein adds that the conflict in the Middle East could soon wind down, but potentially start up again.
What the Trump administration might do is bomb for the next few weeks, leave, have no deal, and then come back and bomb some more if they feel the need to. But that doesn't provide a long-term sustainable solution.
And with the pilot being shot down, it raises some questions about Iran's current capabilities. Here's ABC's Britt Clennett.
We heard from the president on Wednesday night in his address claiming that Americans have successfully wiped out their radar systems and American and Air Force capabilities, air defense capabilities. But, there are now questions as to whether that is true or to what extent that is true.
Crude oil futures closed up today at just over $112 a barrel. Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News explains what dent that's putting in your bank account.
Oil prices are now at the highest level since the start of the war, surging 11% in just one day. Prices have surged in every state. They are the lowest in the Midwest and in Georgia. In California and in Washington state, gas is at almost $6. Moody's Analytics says that if oil prices stay at this level for 1 year, it will cost the typical household an extra $1,600.
And Gas Buddy's Patrick DeHaan is warning that gas prices by Monday could be headed up in a dozen states from 25 to 50 cents more due to these ever-rising oil prices.
So I guess there's 2 big pieces to this, Becky Lynn. Let's tackle the gas and oil prices first. I mean, you heard Elizabeth Schulze there. An extra $1,600 that people could be spending if these prices stay this high. Now, we're not expecting them to stay this high, but as Patrick DeHaan points out, an extra 25 to 50 cents could be coming as soon as Monday once we get past the holiday weekend here.
So, and think about that. So right now here, what are we paying here? Right at $5 a gallon.
Right about $5 and around more with diesel.
Yeah. $5.50 by Monday. I mean, it's just jumping by leaps and bounds. And I filled up the other day and was a little alarmed because I don't have a big car.
And then you were in with Bruce and Gatos for Outspoken today. They had Mick McGuire on with them. And talking about that F-15 crew member who is missing, who is being searched for right now. That could be, do you say a worst case scenario? Is it, if he lost his life or if they lost their life, that's obviously tragic. But if they become a prisoner of war, that's awful as well. And we had the president addressed the nation this week, too, saying that Iran, that their capabilities were essentially decimated.
And today, after all this happened, Iran was kind of trolling the president on X, doing, a lot of taunts out there, regime change, that kind of thing. And McGuire was saying that there's a very good chance if Iran finds this pilot, he'll be used as propaganda.
Of course.
Be, paraded all over television. This could be very, very bad.
Well, let's hope. Best case, prayers up for that.
Absolutely.
For that crew member, and that the U.S. or Israeli forces find that pilot and can get them returned safely,
Before
and that we
Iran.
don't have to deal with that scenario.
Yes, absolutely.
Coming up, should elections become federalized? Several state leaders spoke out. What they had to say is next, and we're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:19.
Senator Ruben Gallego is calling on the IRS to increase gas mileage reimbursements for small businesses and self-employed drivers. He also says the APA should get rid of Maricopa County's more costly but less polluting gasoline.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog Security Screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Friday evening. It's 6:23, and I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight,
more challenges against the president's voting executive order. I'm Heidi Hommel.
We'll have that story coming up, and also what dangers Easter could present to your pets. Yep, all of that in just moments right after we check out the road home tonight. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. The only thing on our highways I have for you so far is in Scottsdale. We still have cleanup on a crash on the right-hand shoulder on the Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near McDowell Road. And if you're traveling through the surface streets, it looks stellar out. Nothing should be giving you any sort of issues. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 63 degrees and partly cloudy skies overnight. Tomorrow, going to be mostly sunny. High of about 90. Sounds pretty great. Easter Sunday, sunny as well, and a little warmer than Saturday.
Yeah, but not too bad. I
no,
mean,
not at all.
Mid-90s.
And at least we're not looking at 105 like we were a week or two ago.
And we're supposed to be in the 80s again by next weekend.
There you go.
Got that to look forward to.
And right now in Glendale, 82 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Arizona votes.
It is blatantly unconstitutional. The executive order.
3 Democratic Congress members representing Arizona have sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking that it not enforce President Trump's executive order that looks to federalize elections.
Arizona U.S. Reps Yasmin Ansari, Adelita Grijalva, and Greg Stanton are on the letter. Stanton tells KTAR it clearly says in the Constitution that states run elections, adding Arizona's elections have been and continue to be secure.
He has caused so many people to lose confidence in American elections. It's very sad what this president has done to force people who are allies of him to go along with this big lie. It needs to stop.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays and Secretary of State Adrian Fontes have also sued the Trump administration over the executive order. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
2 U.S. military jets went down in the Middle East today. The U.S. confirming that an F-15 was shot down by Iranian forces, and the Iranians claim an A-10 was also hit by their fire. Retired Air Force Major General Mick McGuire tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the Iranians will look to take advantage of this situation.
Huge political value. You know, if you think about the broader political implications, I think I looked this morning, it's over a dozen, maybe up to 16 now, lost drone systems, Predators and Reapers in theater, but not one of them as a pilot.
2 of the 3 aviators in the crashed jets have been recovered, and a search continues in Iran for the 3rd. It's a source for a fire that you might not think about. Your AC unit.
Many of you are turning on your air conditioning for the first time this year, but Sean Gelliland from Rural Metro Fire says you should have your unit inspected for hidden dangers.
Things like pack rats that'll get in there and chew on the wires or make a little nest in there since it hasn't been used all winter.
He also says debris buildup inside the unit can be another cause of fires.
There are things within the attic, air handlers and so forth, that could be serviced as well to make sure they're operating properly.
Gilliland says half of the fires start in window and portable AC units, but even roof-mounted units can be a hazard. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
If you're planning an Easter egg hunt this weekend for the little ones, be sure you keep your pets in a safe place. Joe Casados with the Arizona Humane Society says chocolate and pets just don't mix.
First, just know that chocolate is like poison to pets. Dogs and cats both can't digest chocolate, so it's very poisonous to them.
Casados says if your pet gets into some chocolate and gets ill, get them to the vet right away. And he also says the Humane Society Urgent Care Center will be open on Easter Sunday. Taking a look at sports tonight, it is a big sports weekend with the NCAA Women's Final Four right here in the Valley. South Carolina took on UConn in Game 1 of the semifinals, and South Carolina took that game 62-48 over UConn. Game 2 will have Texas battling UCLA. Also, the Arizona Diamondbacks are looking for a better result after last night's blowout loss to the Atlanta Braves. The two teams will meet again tonight. First pitch, just moments away. You'll be able to catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Electrical.
I don't think I've heard you so excited about a sports outcome in quite a while there, Becky Lynn.
Well, Tennessee and UConn were like fierce, bitter rivalries, incredible, especially during the Pat Summitt year. So we hated UConn. So even though Pat Summitt is gone and, her legacy continues, and we still hate UConn.
Well, let's see if we can get some enthusiasm about the Easter Bunny coming this weekend. The Easter Bunny is hopping to town this Sunday, and in Arizona, Reese's Peanut Butter Bunnies are the most uniquely popular Easter candies, according to DoorDash, which looked at which candy most over-indexed in each state. Do you buy into some of these surveys?
No, I don't. I think now I'm not gonna say that that's not probably so, because everybody loves a good Reese cup, and if you can get one shaped like a bunny, why not?
But I looked at the map, and they had the Easter bunnies from Reese's. They were purple, and it was all but maybe like 10 states. And, of course, Arizona was one of them. Yeah. And there was a smattering of a few other random states where they say that it's not going to be the Easter Bunny. Now, how about this? Yellow Peeps were the most popular color treat across the country and right here in Arizona.
Okay, now I have to break this down a little bit and ask. Okay, Yellow Peeps were the most popular color treat. You mean of all colored treats, or of the Peeps, the color of the Peeps?
I believe the Peeps.
Okay.
They also were looking at blue.
Oh, yeah.
And I think lavender was the other color they looked at.
Okay. Oh, they make them in pink as well.
They make them in all kinds of colors, just different flavors.
And they're all terrible. No, they're not different flavors. They're just different colors. Peeps?
There's different flavored Peeps.
I don't think so.
Oh, there's tons of flavors of Peeps.
There's marshmallow and marshmallow and marshmallow.
No.
Marshmallow.
There's different flavors.
You try one and make sure. It's like Skittles. Skittles are all the same flavor, too.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
It's been
Why do
determined.
they say it's taste the rainbow?
Because you're tasting the color.
I am not a Peep fan. Regardless.
I'm not either. I can't stand them.
I do not get up for Peeps.
I used to like
not my
them,
thing.
When I was
now
10.
They say storage baskets here, but I think they mean like Easter baskets.
Storage baskets.
I think they mean Easter baskets.
They've got to.
They saw over a 440% surge. Sidewalk chalk orders have been up over 300%, 360%. Food coloring rose 220%, and arts and craft supplies climbed 70%, according to DoorDash as well. And Americans, they're spending just crazy money on the holidays, too. Like, this seems like every holiday, whether it's Halloween or Christmas or Easter, all the food holidays, Americans are projected to spend a record-breaking $24.9 billion on Easter this year, which is most of it going on food and gifts, and that's a 5.5% increase over the $23.6 billion spent by consumers last year. Now, a person-by-person basis, nearly $200, $195.59 on Easter. That's more than $192 that was spent back in 2023.
Are people buying gifts these days for Easter as opposed to just an Easter basket? Has it become a gift-giving holiday?
And are they including like the Easter dinner in that
too? They've got to be.
With the ham and the turkey and whatever you're putting on the table.
I thought we were all broke, but yet here we're up 5.5% spending.
Look ahead to our news volley as well. Kind of talks about some of that brokenness as well, where I looked at a study where people were talking about just how nervous they were about not having money for Easter. 92% of people in the U.S. are buying Easter candy. So about $3.5 billion going to be shelled out on Easter treats. However, the most is going to be spent on the food.
There you go.
$7.5 billion, according to this annual holiday survey released by the National Retail Federation and Prosper Insights and Analytics. But so again, $7.5 billion food, $3.5 billion on the candy. So that's what, $12 billion there. But then we've still got $25 billion total. So the other $13 billion I guess, is gifts and maybe that little Easter grass that you put in the basket, and the sidewalk chalk and the.
None of that costs very much, though. I guess it adds up.
Exactly.
I guess it adds up.
It all adds up.
So I'm just going to throw this out there, and this is an idea. I mean, I think it worked really well, but you talked about the quote storage baskets and how much people were going to spend on those. I had the same Easter basket my entire life.
Yeah.
It just got refilled each year.
Well,
and I didn't even have new grass. You used the same grass.
Oh, I guarantee you now that's not happening.
I guess not. But
I don't understand why not. I mean,
then you've got an extra basket to deal with or have to throw it away.
Does anyone between the ages of 5 and 50 really care if it's the same grass or the same basket as long as there's new candy in there?
As long as there's stuff in there.
Exactly.
I can't imagine it mattering. So save on the basket, save on the grass, and you can use the plastic eggs again, too. Just saved you a fortune right there.
Exactly.
$1 or $2 right there.
Look at you, just economist Becky Lynn.
Trying to help. Hey, coming up, U of A is in the Final Four for the first time in 25 years. What are their chances of winning? Pretty good, I think. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story, and we'll get another traffic check. KTAR News time is 6:34.
Before Arizona heat turns unbearable, get your AC ready with Ace Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Whether you need an AC tune-up, fast repair, or a new energy-efficient system, Ace helps keep your home cool, comfortable, and efficient all summer long. Beat the rush. Call Ace today at 602-536-4475 for free estimates and expert service. That's 602-536-4475. Or visit us online at acehomeaz.com. Acing Arizona's comfort needs since '94.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B., where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
Jamie West here for Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix, where you're invited to tour and taste. Tuesday morning, April 21st at 9, 10, and 11, explore a variety of residences to check out layouts, finishes, and everyday livability. Then, chat with a member of their expert culinary team as you enjoy a delicious brunch. Text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply. Tired of pool company gimmicks? Dolphin Pools is different. For 42 years, Arizona families have trusted Dolphin Pools. We're the Valley's #1 Google and Yelp rated pool builder, and now serving even more families with our new office in Surprise. Order today and swim this summer in the pool of your dreams. And with interest rates at their lowest in 3 years, there has never been a better time to start. Dolphin Pools, affordable luxury, built to last. Visit dolphinpools.us.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Hey, Dave Ramsey here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient solar zone sunshield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best
for definitely less.
Every morning starts the same. You're digging through piles of clothes, can't find what you need, and your closet still feels too small. That's not a space problem. It's a design problem. Space Solutions designs custom closets that maximize every inch. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years running, family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home closet design consultations. Spring availability is limited, so schedule yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com.
Well, down here, the heads of some Valley nonprofits are making bank. We count those beans for you. Plus, we have the aftermath of the Final Fours. That's Monday morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
It's 6:38. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga here with Becky Lynn.
We've got some sports going on, and we've got somebody that knows sports that we're going to talk to. Kellen Olson is the co-host of Arizona Sports Tonight and reporter for ArizonaSports.com. And it is the University of Arizona's first trip to the Final Four since 2001. Tomorrow night, they're going to take on the University of Michigan Wolverines in Indianapolis. Kellen is going to tell us his thoughts on the game. Kellen, how surprised are you to see the U of A in the Final Four? Did you really expect them to be one of the last 4 teams surviving March Madness?
Well, those are the two parts of my brain talking, right? The fan in me, absolutely not, because I watched my team 5 straight times lose in the Elite Eight, lose in the round prior, and lose in a couple of heartbreaking fashions as well, where you start to talk yourself into the whole, like, are we cursed thing? Are we just never going to make it back again? But, like, the analyst in me, the basketball fan in me, saw Arizona as the most complete, the best team in the country. So that was the expectation for that side of my brain. So it was kind of a working duality. Ultimately, I did expect them to get here for Tommy Lloyd to snap the streak that he was on, and that is what he has done, and it's led up to this game tomorrow, which is on tap to be the best college basketball game of the season. Hey, Gonzo.
It's certainly going to be a great game, no doubt. These two teams, you could have thrown Duke in there a few weeks ago as well before they had a couple injuries. They certainly looked like they'd be on a collision course as you look at them. They were in the top of the polls the whole way. Kellen, what are the keys to victory for the Wildcats tomorrow night when the game tips off just before 6 o'clock?
Yeah, it's managing this front court battle. The reason why we have said that Arizona arguably has the best front court, or that Michigan arguably has the best front court in the country, is because the other one has existed, and it was this hypothetical thing where if these two teams ever met in the tournament, we could find out, and that's going to be the key here. What's most likely going to happen, irresistible force meets the immovable object. It's going to be more of a draw than anything else, but if either team can get an edge in the front court that they're used to, they'll ride that physicality wave that they've got to win this game. I expect it more to be a draw, like I said, so I think it's going to come down to backcourt play, and that's where you got to respect the Big 12 Player of the Year, Jaden Bradley, and freshman Braden Burries, who's expected to be a lottery pick in June's NBA draft. That's where Arizona has the edge in this game, and if their front court can hold up well enough against Michigan, I think that's where they'll win the game ultimately.
Who are some of the Wildcats we especially probably need to be keeping an eye on and watch tomorrow?
I think it starts in the front court for sure. Modius Krivas is one of the most improved players in the country. He's a 7'2" center who went through a major foot injury last year, and we kind of just didn't really know what to take away from his first 2 years as a Wildcat. But he was just greatly improved this year, really improved as a defensive player, specifically around the rim. It's 7'2" against 7'3" tomorrow. So two guys with very long arms and a ton of size around the rim that are used to dictating things around there because of how big they are. You're not used to playing against another guy of that size, to say the least. At the college level, certainly, maybe not even in the NBA. So I think Krivas is a big one. And then it's just Arizona's bench. That's Tobe Awaka, who was the Big 12 reserve sixth man of the year. And then Anthony Del Orso, the senior from Australia, who can hit some key three-point shots for them. Arizona, the most well-rounded team in the country. Any of their top 7 guys can step up at any time. But those are two I'm watching tomorrow.
Kellen Olson, co-host of Arizona Sports Tonight and editor-reporter for ArizonaSports.com. What kind of game are you anticipating, Kellen? You think this is going to be close? You think one of these teams blows the other out? High scoring, low scoring? What do you got?
I think it's going to be close, but the really fascinating part about this game is that both teams are used to blowing it open. Like you look at Michigan, some of their key wins, they weren't winning by 10 or 20. They were winning by 30 or 40. These teams are not foreign to a 10-0, 15-0, 20-0 run. That's where Arizona's been better than any team in the country. They consistently go on a 10-0, a 12-0 run to take control of a game or get back in the game. So I think it might just come down to which team makes that run first, if either of these teams can. If one team is able to make that run, they're going to be in control of the game. Ultimately, I just don't see that happening. I don't see either team being able to create that level of separation. Instead, I think it's just going to come down to the last couple of possessions.
Oh, it's going to be then very, very exciting and a nail-biter and a nerve-wracking experience for all of our Wildcat fans. Now, Kellen, if the Wildcats win Saturday, they'll play Monday against either UConn or Illinois. I'm going to say Arizona's going to win tomorrow. So if they match up against UConn or Illinois, who would win in that contest?
Now, see, this is where I get extremely nervous because right now it's the two best teams in the country. If we lose, we lost to the best team in the country. That's totally fine. But the winner of this game between Michigan and Arizona is going to be the definitive favorite against either UConn or Illinois. And I think that's where the pressure really ramps up because this game tomorrow, rightfully so, between Michigan and Arizona is getting really hyped up. But both teams, whoever wins it is going to feel a sense of relief that they got past that team, but they can't feel a sense of relief yet because the job's not done yet. They're going to have a big game on Monday. UConn is coached by Dan Hurley, who's won 2 of the last 3 national titles. He's honestly overqualified to be coaching at the collegiate levels at this point. He's a tremendous coach who should be in the NBA by now. And then Illinois is a fantastic story. They play this unique style of play where they take a lot of three-pointers, play physical defense, which is a great matchup for Arizona. So I think either matchup is tough for Arizona, but with what you're saying, yeah, everyone is going to pick Arizona to win if they win on Saturday, to win on Monday. And that's where I think the pressure will really start to kick in.
So who would be the better matchup for U of A then? UConn or Illinois? Who would you, if you had your choice?
Who would you rather see them
who would you
on
rather,
the court against?
Yeah, who would you rather face? Who do you feel like U of A matches up better with?
Might be a more controversial take here, but I'd rather match up with UConn. The scare there, of course, is Dan Hurley game planning even for 48 hours. He's such a great coach and will have an idea of how to neutralize things. These two teams met before, but UConn did not have their best player in Terrace Reed. I just think the way Illinois plays, they have just as much size as Arizona does, and they take a bunch of threes, and that's something that we talked about before the Elite Eight game, that the weakness of this Arizona team is that they don't take a lot of threes. Illinois plays everyone who can shoot threes. They're 7-footers. They shoot threes. Everyone shoots threes, and that's the kind of math problem that Arizona could run into. So I'm saying I'd prefer UConn, but now I feel like you guys are setting me up for bad juju, and now if it is UConn, Arizona, I'm going to be worried that it's like, here's what you asked for, and then UConn wins. So I don't like any of this right now.
Don't even say that. Don't even say that. So, okay, Kellen, I want to think that you said, obviously, you picked Arizona to win it all, right?
Yep.
On your bracket. Okay.
He did.
Joe?
Yeah.
You're in Arizona.
Yeah.
You love Arizona, but you're also a Michigan native.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you doing tomorrow?
Oh, I mean, come on. This is easy for me. I grew up in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I'm pulling for the Wolverines. I started a lot of heat in the office this week, shaking things up, saying that I don't think U of A is as much of a basketball powerhouse historically as a lot of people think. But I certainly, I said months ago to some of Kellen's colleagues over in the web area that I was confident that it would be Michigan and Arizona in the end. And that's the matchup that I wanted as a Michigan fan. I think Michigan matches up well with them. Kellen's right. If it comes down to the backcourt, I do think that gives the advantage to U of A. But I certainly think that, Michigan has a slight front court advantage. This really is a coin flip. I'm going Michigan. I hope Michigan wins. I'll be sweating bullets all night. I know Kellen feels the same way for U of A, but it's going to be a great game. And Kellen, I saw you on ArizonaSports.com as well. You sat down with Sammy Cebulka, Jarrett Carlin, and Kevin Zimmerman as well. You guys, were you talking about just Tommy Lloyd coming back? Were you previewing this game? A little bit of everything? What'd you dive into over there on Arizona Sports on video?
All roughly 40 minutes, we're talking about how badly we want to win to shut you up and prove that we're one of the best programs in the country. That's exactly all that we talked about. We got into a bunch of stuff. We talked about our time growing up as Arizona fans, how we came with it, and then the Tommy Lloyd news broke about 20 minutes before we started recording, so that was some fortunate timing for us. We broke down the impact of him sticking around and then broke down more of this game. So, yeah, everyone check it out on ArizonaSports.com, please.
Kellen Olson, co-host of Arizona Sports Tonight and editor-reporter for ArizonaSports.com. Kellen, you're the best. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow night, and I will see you.
No, you don't. You want Michigan to win. You don't wish him the best.
I do wish Kellen the best of luck on Monday night, and Monday night is my birthday, so if Michigan's in it, I'll certainly have a little birthday treat. And if they're not, I might not be here Monday night, Becky Lynn. I might just need a day to grieve.
We shall see. Sometimes March Madness is rough on everybody. Thank you, Kellen.
I'm not going to lie to your audience. I am not wishing him good luck at all. Thank you for having me.
Of course not. Of course not.
Well, see, that's just why Michigan fans are just a little bit kinder.
Oh, yes. All right, let's just pause now. Everybody take a breath.
Get a traffic check,
A traffic
maybe?
check. There's Enrique. Let's see how it looks in the Valley Chevy Dealers
Who you
Traffic
got,
Center.
Enrique? You got Michigan or you got U of A? We need to know.
Which one is your favorite?
Michigan.
I'll go Michigan just for you,
Oh.
Joe. There you go.
got
Alrighty,
one
the
on
only
your
thing I
side.
have for you guys regarding the traffic is in Scottsdale. We have a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Pima Freeway, southbound near McDowell Road, and then our surface streets, I don't have much, which is a good thing. I have nothing to tell you. It's looking stellar, and you should have no issues going through anywhere you're going. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, mid-60s around the valley. This weekend, mostly sunny with a high around 90 Saturday and warmer Sunday with a high in the mid-90s on the way. Right now in Scottsdale, 81 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Okay, so we were talking the Wildcats-Michigan game. That's going to be tomorrow night. And then Kellen alluded to the big news about the coach. So what is the Wildcats basketball team going to look like next year? One person's guaranteed to stay, and the paycheck is hefty. We're going to tell you more about that in just about 5 minutes.
And the Phoenix Film Festival returns April 10th through April 19th. Enter for your chance to win a pair of Flex Passes for you and a guest to see 4 films of your choosing. Head to the contest page at KTAR.com to enter. KTAR News Time, 6:48.
Want to hear from all the GOP candidates for governor in the 2026 election? Want to hear from the candidates running for Arizona's wide open seats in Congress in this year's big midterm election? Well, then join me, Jim Sharp, for the AZ Political Podcast. Get it at the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Shop the nation's top brand AC units at prices far below retail at discountacunits.com, where savings is in the name. Save thousands on average at discountacunits.com. All backed by trusted and professional installation you can count on. Why pay more? Upgrade your comfort and keep more cash in your pocket. Visit discountacunits.com today.
Discountacunits.com. Trusted brands with the price that's same. Discount AC Units. Savings is in the name.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. You know? Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand-select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie-cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Happy Monday, and it doesn't feel like the war in Iran is winding down. Meghan McCain joins us from Washington, D.C. with the latest on the political maneuverings. Mondays with Meghan at 3 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, on air, online, and on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Here's our top stories for tonight.
I'm happy to announce I'm staying at Arizona.
Well, good news, Wildcats. Men's basketball coach Tommy Lloyd is staying at the U of A. He made the announcement today at a Final Four press conference as there had been interest in him for the University of North Carolina vacancy.
North Carolina is an amazing place. I mean, it's a one of one. And, it's an honor to even be, considered for that job.
His new 5-year deal makes him one of the highest paid college basketball coaches with an annual salary of more than $7 million. It still needs to be approved by the Arizona Board of Regents.
It's a lot of fun to be down here. The Final Four atmosphere is really special.
It's been a busy day for Valley and visiting basketball fans as the festivities for the NCAA Women's Final Four are in full swing.
Throughout the day, basketball fans were shooting hoops and learning about the history of the Women's Final Four at the free Tourneytown event in the Phoenix Convention Center. One woman from Seattle was there and says this is her 4th Final Four championship that she's attended.
I always felt like when I went to my first one, it was such a privilege, and to see these young fans now, I hope that they understand how cool it is that they get to do this experience.
And she also says Phoenix has been an excellent and warm host for the games. The free festivities continue tomorrow and Sunday throughout downtown. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
2 U.S. military jets went down in the Middle East today. U.S. confirming an F-15 was shot down by Iranian forces, and the Iranians claim an A-10 was also hit by their fire. Retired Air Force Major General Mick McGuire tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the Iranians will look to take advantage of this situation.
Huge political value. If you think about the broader political implications, I think I looked this morning, it's over a dozen, maybe up to 16 now, lost drone systems, Predators and Reapers in theater, but not one of them as a pilot. 2 of the 3 aviators in those crashed jets have been recovered, but a search continues in Iran for the third.
Ready to news volley, Becky Lynn?
Throw it on my way. I'll get my racket hit ready.
Tackle a couple. Easy for me to say. Tack at them, too. A couple stories that didn't make our newscast this evening. 25% of Americans, we were talking about Easter a little bit, they don't think Easter is going to be affordable this year. Rising costs, driven in part by inflation and tariffs, have left many households with less room in their budgets for holiday extras. That's what you kind of said. And this is all according to a new survey from Wallet Hub. 51% of respondents want to see the Easter Bunny give out money, like the Tooth Fairy.
What?
So, Becky Lynn, would you like to see the Jolly Rabbit dole out cash, similar to the Tooth Fairy? Why or why not?
Well, okay, sometimes the Easter Bunny does give cash.
Sometimes. In the egg.
You can open a plastic egg. There's a buck folded up or a quarter or something like that. So, yeah, I mean, I'd rather have the cash than more
the
candy.
Sweet treat?
Yeah, I mean, I can only eat so much candy. Of course, you're asking the wrong person. You need to ask a kid if they would rather have the money or the candy.
So the question, too, is the Tooth Fairy is giving money for the tooth.
Okay.
What is the bunny giving the money for?
Because he likes you. I guess. I don't know. I never thought of Easter as a gift giving. I mean, a little candy, hide the eggs.
Some kind of chocolate bunny, little paint an egg.
I'm not clear how it got to be so expensive.
Almost every holiday now is becoming a money-based holiday. Either go buy something, furniture, or go drink and, get inebriated, or celebrate it with family and spend a bunch of money. That's how they're all kind of becoming.
There's
They're
not
marketing them.
There's not any kind of special marketing event for Easter, though, is there? I mean,
just around the candy.
Just the candy and stuff. Okay, I was going to say, please tell me there's not like a furniture or car sale for Easter.
I'm sure there is, but not one that's widely, just pops in your head. But I bet they're having them.
Okay, here's another story. A
What do you got?
Republican lawmaker wants to ask you, the voter, if this November 30 more members should be added to the Arizona House of Representatives. If it passes, it would increase the number of seats to 90 and give each of the state's 30 legislative districts 3 House seats. This would take effect in 2043.
Oh, just like tomorrow.
If it makes it to the ballot and voters pass it. Joe, do we need more local legislators?
No. No.
You're pretty adamant about that.
No, but seriously, we've had this fight for years about paying them more money, the ones who are there.
Yes.
Which to me also suggests that we have a struggle to get qualified people to do this because it's not a year-round job.
No, and we did have one person who was elected to the legislature.
Didn't they step down?
They had to step down because they could not afford it.
Yeah.
I think they were a school teacher or something like that. It was taking up so much time.
So a lot of these people in the legislature are lawyers or they're retirees who essentially decide to pick this up and do this later in life. It's not a lot of, working age folks who do this for a full-time job.
Right. You do not get rich doing political work like this.
And no, we do not need 30 more of them running around. We have plenty.
I'm not sure how that would even help to have that many more.
No,
I'm not sure what the benefit would be.
Do we need that many more clashes down at the Capitol?
Exactly. They can't agree on anything as it is.
No.
So okay, we're all firmly a no on that.
Yeah.
Monday morning, we're going to bring you the latest economy updates when U of A associate professor and an associate professor joins Jim and LaDonna on Arizona's Morning News. That'll be at 5:44 for Money Monday, and you're going to like this. Just after 6 a.m. on Monday, Dale Brown of the Phoenix Business Journal, the research director, will tell you who the highest paid Phoenix nonprofit executives are, according to a new Phoenix Business Journal report.
Okay.
Yikes. Okay, quick story. This one's quick. Chesney the kangaroo is safely back in his petting zoo in Wisconsin. He got spooked by some stray dogs, and he leapt an